Phantom is clearly the favorite on this map with a 70% win rate. But we have to remember that Catalyst won their most recent clash just an hour ago. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries through today. Catalyst is simply outreacting him right now, picking him clean off that ramp. The world number 1 is really feeling the heat. Catalyst is putting on a clinic with his movement, consistently finding those superior angles on the ramp. He's completely in control of the server right now, securing another easy win. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their last encounter. This is simply too much for the world number 1 to handle, as he extends his lead to 5-1. He's really leaning into that top 2 status today. Unbelievable! He manages to scrape through that ramp fight with a tiny sliver of health. He needs to keep this pace if he wants to climb back into it. The historical head-to-head is nearly a deadlock, with Phantom leading 570-546 overall. I mean, the gap in skill is essentially zero when you look at their lifetime numbers. Now the pressure is on him to prove that his current slump is just a temporary dip. He's just completely unstoppable, tearing through the opposition to secure another effortless round. Phantom manages to take a round back from the ramp as we approach the break. A huge moment of composure to get that one back. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's just performing exactly how we thought he would today. It's a solid start for the second ranked player, regardless of the map choice. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Catalyst still holds a commanding 3-round cushion. It's worth noting he's coming today with some seriously strong results. Another flawless sequence for Phantom, who is really refusing to go away. He's finally starting to look like the pre-match favorite. Catalyst is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's really playing his best game against the top seed. Catalyst is cruising along with a 10-6 lead. A really tough spot for the top seed to dig out of. It's getting interesting now, with the gap starting to close. He's clearly starting to flex that number 1 rank on the ladder. A hard-fought exchange there, but he manages to outlast his opponent once again. That was a lightning-fast exchange to close things out. What a scramble! Both players were barely hanging on, but he managed to edge out that fight to keep the streak alive. That's a huge swing in confidence right there. A fast reaction there to pull ahead by 2. He's really refusing to let the top seed dictate this match. He manages to secure that duel after a frantic trade, narrowing the gap once again. He's finally closing in on that target score. What a recovery! He's completely erased that deficit to bring us level. The momentum has completely shifted as we head into this final stretch. Catalyst shuts down the push from the ramp to put himself 1 point away from victory. A huge result for the number 2 seed right now. Incredible, he has fought back from a massive deficit to force the series into overtime. Absolutely wild to see them deadlocked like this. The pace has picked up immensely lately. these last few engagements have been over in an absolute blink. He has absolutely everything he needs right now. Phantom is really struggling to put a stop to this slide as we head deeper into overtime. Simply an airtight performance to keep the pressure on. He just can't be shaken. The top seed is truly digging deep to stay in the fight. The confidence is shifting as we head into the final fight. Just a complete shutdown to lock the score at the dead heat. Neither side is giving an inch in this dead heat. Just absolute chaos as we enter the final stretch. That was a tense dance of nerves, but Catalyst finally finds the opening to secure a massive lead. An incredibly precise response to reclaim the lead. What a finish! Catalyst survives by a hair to close out the series. He really fought through the map disadvantage to pull off that upset in overtime. This is a huge statement win over the #1 seed. What a series! Phantom holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 61% of their career meetings. It's a clear mental edge when you combine that with their high ladder standing. This early lead is exactly how a top seed likes to start. He's completely owning this early set, cruising to a quick 3-0 lead. He's really putting that top seed status on full display. Vortex answers back with a crisp finish to keep things interesting. Just a glimpse of the confidence he's been showing in recent outings. Phantom is just relentless, pushing the lead to 4-1. It's the expected outcome for the current #1 on the ladder. Phantom just can't be stopped from that ramp. He's putting a lot of pressure on Vortex right now. He's proving exactly why he sits at the top of the ladder. He's back in control, quickly extending this hot streak to 3 straight. He's really looking a cut above today. A total shutdown here. He's now secured 4 straight. Vortex is having a rough run after that earlier 5-13 loss to Catalyst. He just won't let up, extending his current run to 5 straight. The top-rated player is simply finding everything today. The streak is simply unstoppable, and he's just completely outclassing his opponent right now. Goodness, that was a scramble. Both players were shaking, but he manages to scrap through with a narrow victory. Phantom enters the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. You know, the betting a priori had the opposite outcome in mind. He's making a strong case for an upset by completely controlling the tempo here. Let's see if Vortex wakes up. Vortex is really fighting back to make use of that 52% win rate on this map. He's clearly found a way to disrupt the flow and put a dent in that massive lead. He needs to keep this momentum going if he wants to stay in this. The speed of these reactions is just incredible. Neither player is giving an inch today. Vortex is suddenly looking very sharp, picking up his third round in 4 for a surprising surge of pace. And he just keeps on rolling, outperforming his opponent yet again to make it 3 straight. And just like that, Phantom halts the comeback and is now a single round away from the victory. What a finish! He closes it out right now to secure the series victory. He just completely outplayed him on the map, showing why he's the man to beat right now. Catalyst comes out on top in the opening exchange, catching Vortex right as he moved up the ramp. Vortex strikes back immediately, proving he can hold his own against the favorite early on. He's playing a tough set today with those losses to Phantom. Catalyst really owns the history here, leading the head-to-head matchup 709 to 450. He's clearly comfortable playing against the top-rated shooters, and it shows in how he's starting this set. We have to see if Vortex can flip the script today. Catalyst maintains a narrow edge, leading the series 3-2. Coming in as the favorite, he's definitely feeling the pressure. Everything is completely deadlocked right now. We've got a genuine toss up on our hands. A huge mental shift for Vortex after those tough losses earlier. Catalyst just barely edges ahead, holding a 4-3 lead. He's really showing why he sits at second on the ladder. Vortex shuts that door quickly, catching Catalyst right as he tried to push off the ramp. The momentum shifting for the number 4 ranked player. Vortex takes the lead, pushing ahead 5-4. He's certainly shaking off the rust from those earlier defeats. The tide is completely turned, and he's now staring down a 3-round skid. A completely different look than their last encounter on Dunes. He catches Catalyst right in the window to keep this hot streak rolling. His current form is a total reversal of what we saw earlier today. Vortex takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the switch. I mean, the underdog is absolutely running away with this. He's completely ignoring the stats and putting his opponent on the defensive. Time for a fast response. Vortex keeps the pressure high, putting on a clinic from that wine box to keep the momentum swinging his way. A total 180 from the disaster he faced on Dunes. Vortex is just outclassing him right now, using those planks to keep a huge lead. A surprising result considering he struggled so much against the rank 2 player recently. Absolute perfection. That's another effortless frame for him, and he's just totally in control. Things look completely different than the blowout we saw on Dunes. He is simply on another level right now, moving one step closer to the finish. He's completely justifying that favorite tag today. What a way to close it out. He secures the win and the series right here. He's finally stopped that bleeding from earlier today and puts a huge stamp on this series. Phantom holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history with 570 wins. But the tide has shifted recently, and Catalyst has won the vast majority of their most recent clashes. It will be interesting to see if the top-rated player can get back on top today. A fierce exchange of fire, but he manages to walk away with a third straight victory. Things are looking bleak for the pre-match favorite. Absolute perfection from the youngster, outclassing his opponent again to make it 4 straight. He's just completely overwhelming the competition right now, taking a 5th straight. He's really taken advantage of that recent confidence from their last match. He is just on another level right now, making it 6 in a row. The top seed is really struggling to find any footing. Unbelievable. He survives by a mere sliver of health to break that momentum. He's finally starting to push back against that heavy pressure. He manages to hold that high ground and secure his 2nd point in a row. He's trying to avoid another close defeat like that recent Mapas series. What a fight. Catalyst barely clings to life after an intense brawl from the ramp. A tough spot for the league's top-rated player. Phantom really seems to be regaining some ground now, especially considering he's put up an 18-15 record over the last day. It's a great sign for a player who has traditionally dominated this specific pairing over the long term. Let's see if he can turn this momentum into a real comeback. Catalyst goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected things to go given his map proficiency. He's simply outplaying the top seed right now. Time to see Phantom wakes up. Catalyst keeps the lead firmly at 8-5. The top seed is showing a bit more poise now. That's another clean response, and he's really showing some grit to keep this comeback alive. He's starting to look like that dominant favorite again. Catalyst still holds a commanding 3-round cushion. He wipes the floor with him from the boost, continuing this impressive surge. He's certainly fighting to justify that top seed status now. He's showing incredible heart right now, surviving that brutal scramble to keep the pressure on Catalyst. He's definitely not letting the match slip away just yet. Simply an incredible shift in energy as he forces a tie game. Absolutely clinical finish to leave things completely level. He is simply untouchable right now, taking full control as his win count hits double digits. Just a complete reversal from how this started. He just won't stop, securing another point to bring this score close. It's a complete shift from how the early game looked. He simply outclassed him once again. Another lightning-fast victory puts him on the verge of winning this entire map. What a desperate scramble. Catalyst barely survives that chaotic exchange to keep himself in this game. A completely untouched round for Catalyst, staying alive while refusing to let the game end just yet. What a performance. He closes it out with an incredible return to victory. He truly refused to go down without a fight, but it just wasn't enough to stop the momentum shift. What a battle! Phantom owns the head-to-head history with a 61% win rate overall, but Vortex has a way of keeping things competitive when he's playing with confidence. We'll see if he can push this early lead into a real problem for the league's top seed. What a scramble! Phantom barely clings to life after managing to clear Vortex off the ramp. The world number 1 is starting to look really comfortable. A dead heat at 2-all. Things are heating up. The favorite is having a bit of a struggle to pull ahead. Vortex is suddenly in the driver's seat at 3-2. A total flip from that last 6-13 result on Orange. He's on fire. That's 3 straight rounds for the underdog. The top seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Phantom answers back with a sharp duel from the ramp to keep this close. Exactly what we expected from the best player on the ladder. Pure chaos as they lock up at 4 apiece. The top seed is asserting his authority here. Unreal. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Vortex manages to survive the carnage. The 4th ranked player in the world is showing plenty of grit. Vortex is really putting on a clinic right now, utilizing that high ground to expand his lead. Phantom secures a strong position on the Tetris to tie things up and pull the momentum back. Phantom looks like he's finding his footing after that rough start. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Honestly, it's exactly the kind of close battle we expected. Vortex is proving he can hang with the top seed, but Phantom's 58% map win rate suggests he'll fight back hard on the switch. New side, new energy. Phantom takes control from the ramp to push his lead back to 1. That's a clean read from the top seed on the ladder. Vortex has struggled with consistency recently, posting a 40% win rate over his last 10 matches, and we're seeing that trend continue as Phantom starts to pull away. It's becoming a real uphill climb for the 4th ranked player here. Vortex is just refusing to let this game go, using that ramp position to pull back into a tie. A huge mental shift from that 13-4 route over Catalyst. A fierce clash on the ramp and he comes out on top to extend his lead. The number 1 seed is staring at a real deficit. Phantom secures the tie by holding his ground from the Tetris. Phantom barely edges ahead, holding a thin 10-9 lead. He's really asserting himself as the premier talent on the ladder. He's completely in control now, claiming another round to strengthen his hold on this match. A very convincing showing from the top-rated talent so far. Vortex fights back here to keep himself in the running. A vital step forward for the number 4 ranked player. A hard-fought exchange and Phantom secures the edge to reach a critical 12-10 lead. He's really playing like the favorite we expected today. Absolute chaos in that trade. Vortex barely scrapes through with a win from the Tetris. A crucial stop to keep the dream alive. Absolutely incredible. He's forced a complete stalemate, bringing us level at 12-12. It's a nightmare scenario for the world, number 1 right now. He's simply not stopping, dropping the top seed right off the ramp to take the lead. It's rare to see the number 1 player in this position. A wild scramble that goes both ways, but Phantom survives the exchange to lock things up at 13-13. The experience gap is showing as we enter these final stages. Vortex clears him right off the ramp and takes a commanding lead in this marathon. An incredible shift in momentum for the 4th seeded player. He keeps the pressure high, moving closer to victory with another swift victory. Toto shut down in just 2 seconds. He closes it out with a perfect shot. Vortex is your winner. He really stepped up and clawed back that map lead in overtime. It's a huge statement win over the number 1 seed. What a fight! Vortex has held his own in a huge number of lifetime matches, though Catalyst holds the long-term advantage with 709 total wins between them. It's really interesting to see that history shifting after Vortex took their most recent duel in a landslide. We have to see if Catalyst can get back to his usual standard here. He's just untouchable right now, putting up a huge 3-0 start. He's really capitalizing on the confidence from that 13-4 victory earlier. A sharp response there, and Catalyst proves he can still hold his ground. The expected edge hasn't quite materialized for him yet. The comeback effort continues as he secures another round, keeping the deficit to a single game. He's proven why he's such a threat on the ladder. Unbelievable. He claws it back from the wine, barely surviving a chaotic scramble to take a 4-2 lead. A completely effortless trade of shots, and the challenger remains incredibly steady as he cuts into that lead. Vortex just clears him off the wine, putting a bit more distance between them as he climbs to 5. The second highest rated player on the ladder is starting to look vulnerable. What an absolute nail-biter. He barely survives that war of attrition to edge ahead. A surprising shift in momentum given the historical dominance of his opponent. That was instant. He's just taking over now with a huge lead. A rough turn of events for the top seed in this series. A gritty sequence of exchanges there, and he manages to close it out just before we hit intermission. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. He's playing out of his mind today, completely defying the expectation that the second-ranked player would control this match. He is really making his case for an upset here. Time to see if the lead holds. Vortex is showing a lot of resilience, but his win rate in the last 10 games is actually down to 40%. I mean, it just shows that he is really peaking at exactly the right time to put Catalyst in a tough spot. Vortex is just steaming ahead now, leading 9-5. Hard to believe he's given up this much ground tonight. Vortex is in complete control now, picking him off from the Tetris to push his lead to 10. It is just an absolute nightmare for the higher ranked player. He's simply on another level right now, moving to an 11-5 lead with a series of quick strikes. A quick trade of shots and the underdog secures this one. The second ranked player is showing some fight here. Catalyst is putting up a fight here, taking his second straight round to keep himself in the game. He's certainly not letting that 4-13 loss from earlier get in his head. That was a clean take, and now he stands on the threshold of victory. The favorite is really putting on a show now. A crisp headshot for the challenger to keep the hope alive. He's finally finding some consistency with his aim. He's taking full control of the duel now, keeping the pressure high as he secures his second straight. Game over. Vortex closes it out with a final decisive shot to secure the victory. He's really asserting himself today, making a statement by taking 2 straight matches off the world number 2. Phantom currently holds a 64% win rate on this particular map. And looking at the bracket, it's no surprise the league's top-rated player is staring down the field right now. Let's see if Catalyst can find a way to flip the script here. Phantom is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's trying to avenge that narrow loss they had earlier today. Catalyst is starting to put some serious pressure on the #1 seed right now. What a display of speed. That's 3 straight for Catalyst, who is simply outclassing him right now. Unbelievable, he is just completely taking over this match right now. A surprising shift for the favorite in this particular series. Phantom clears a path back into this, claiming a fast victory from the box. Catalyst has really turned things around in this specific rivalry, winning 4 of their last 5 head-to-head clashes. It's giving him a massive amount of confidence to maintain this lead. We'll see if Phantom can claw back into it. He finds a way to hang tough and takes this one from the box. He's needing this a bit of a spark to stop the slide. He's really digging in deep here, putting up another fight to close the gap before we hit the break. The momentum is swinging wildly in this one. We're all square at 6-6, and honestly, this is exactly where we expected to be given Phantom's high win rate on this map. Neither side has been able to break away for good. Time to switch sides. He's staying aggressive and just shrugged off that earlier deficit to take the lead. Exactly the kind of result the top seed likes to see. He's showing great resolve here, quickly extending that lead to 8-6. His experience is really starting to show in this half. Catalyst answers back, bringing us to a tense 8-7. What a frantic exchange, but he survives the chaos to move within 4 rounds of victory. He's looking much sharper than he did in their last 3 outings. He is steadily climbing back into this game, putting a serious dent in the other man's confidence. A very clean finish to secure that 3-round cushion. Absolutely effortless. He is simply cruising through these encounters now, moving to a 4-round advantage. Catalyst manages to shut things down and pull one back. It's a grueling climb for the second-ranked player to bridge this gap. Good heavens, what a nail-biter! He survives a brutal exchange with just a sliver of health to keep the rally going. He's completely flipped the script on this match, and now he's just 1 round away from a huge victory. He keeps the pressure on by knocking Phantom off the box. A very clean trade of blows in these last 2 encounters. He refuses to go down quietly, shutting the door on that lead and keeping his hopes alive. Absolutely wild. He force levels the playing field and we are headed for overtime. Neither player is giving an inch as we enter the extra frame. He's simply unstoppable right now, extending this streak to 4 while closing in on the victory. This is a nightmarish turn of events for the favored player. He just can't be stopped. That's another flawless exchange to bring him right to the edge. Another huge round for Catalyst, who just completely dismantled his opponent to stand on the edge of victory. Absolutely demoralizing way to end that momentum. A stunning stop. He refuses to buckle, shutting down that momentum in spectacular fashion. A sharp reaction to reclaim a bit of ground. What a finish! Catalyst stands tall to secure the series and complete an incredible run. Just a stunning way to close it out. To take down the top seed in a battle like that is a huge statement. He really earned this one. What a match! Both players fighting for the same ground on the ramp, but Vortex was just a split second faster. Phantom responds instantly, shutting down that ramp attempt with way more speed than we saw in the first round. The top seed is looking sharp right out of the gate. Phantom has played over 2,500 matches on this map with a strong 68% win rate, and honestly it's surprising he's the one under pressure. He's coming off a tough stretch of losses today, and the mental game seems to be tilting in Vortex's favor right now. Phantom leads by a single nail right now. We're seeing the #1 rated player in the league assert control. Phantom quickly picks him off the ramp, continuing a heavy surge to take a 4-2 lead. Vortex earns a fast recovery here, closing the gap to 3-4. Phantom holds that higher ground perfectly to pull away and keep the momentum shifting in his direction. Phantom really likes that toolbox today, using the height to keep his lead growing. He's showing exactly why he's the highest rated in the league. Vortex just denies him from that box, refusing to let the lead slip away. That was a lightning fast response to reclaim some ground. He manages to secure another round from the wine box, keeping this comeback alive. The underdog is really finding a way to challenge the favorite tonight. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. It's a toss-up right now, but Vortex is doing exactly what he needed to do to stay competitive. We'll see who wants it more in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Unreal. He claws back to 7-6, surviving by a mere thread of health. It's a huge confidence boost after that earlier loss on red line. Phantom is showing exactly why he owns that head-to-head record, and the 61% win rate in their history is staring Vortex right in the face. Look, the momentum has clearly swung back to the top seed. It'll take a huge shift for Vortex to claw back into this. Phantom just shuts him down from the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his grip. Absolutely wild. Vortex barely clings to life after that exchange on the wine box. He's definitely keeping those top tier reflexes sharp today. Phantom is just too precise right now, quickly shutting down that attempt from the wine box. A strong showing today for the world number 1. A clean trade of shots, but the favorite comes out on top to secure a huge advantage. The pressure is mounting for the lower seed right now. What a scramble! Vortex barely edges that one out, staying alive by the skin of his teeth. And that's it. Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He really put on a clinic here, showing exactly why that number 1 spot belongs to him. A fast start for the favorite, using that ramp elevation to secure the first frame. unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health after a chaotic trade from the ramp. Catalyst owns a massive head-to-head lead with 709 wins over his opponent. He's usually the one dictating the pace in this rivalry. I wonder if Vortex is starting to close that gap after their last encounter. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 3-2. That second seed is definitely feeling the heat now. These duels are over in the blink of an eye. Catalyst is just way too quick right now. That rating difference is starting to show. Vortex makes a great play from the boost, bringing this series right back to a deadlock. He's really fighting to keep pace with the second-ranked player here. We've got a total stalemate now at 4 apiece. Looking at the ladder, these two are truly in the same tier. Vortex is on fire, claiming a third straight victory to take the lead. We're seeing a reversal of what usually happens in this pairing. Catalyst regains control from the ramp to bring us back to a dead heat. He's showing why he's ranked so highly among the elite. Vortex edges ahead, taking a narrow one-round lead. He really seems to have his number today. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, Vortex is playing way above his expected level here. He's proving to be a serious threat despite the historically high win rate Catalyst holds in this matchup. Time to switch sides. Vortex holds a slim advantage as we enter round 13. An interesting result considering the usual win rate gaps here. Back to a tie. Catalyst just clawed back to 7. That's a respectable showing, especially with that 15-21 record today. Vortex is playing some remarkably tight games right now. He's really making this a toss-up. Both players are keeping their eyes on that number 1 spot. Vortex manages to shut him down from that ramp, and now he's really starting to pile on the pressure. It's becoming a real struggle for the second highest rated player right now. Vortex just pushes forward to a 9-8 cushion. That victory in Italy P probably gave him a huge confidence boost. Vortex is really making his presence felt from that boost, pushing the lead to 2. He is really putting that high all-time win rate to the test. Catalyst trails by a single round as we hit 19. He is definitely leveraging that 67% map win rate here. Absolutely wild! Vortex clutches out the fight from the ramp with just 10 health left. He's really digging in, mirroring the way he played in their last set. Catalyst shuts him down right off that ramp, and we are back to a dead heat. We're seeing the second-ranked player in the league really dig in. A total shutdown there, leaving him just a single round from victory. He's really capitalizing on this momentum swing. What a way to finish. Vortex shuts the door and seals the series victory. He really defied the odds today, taking this series despite how much he struggled in their history. Absolute grit from the 4th-seeded player. What a fight! Phantom really leans on a strong 70% win rate here to get things started. It's the perfect start for the league leader who wants to firmly establish his control over this map. We'll see if Catalyst can find a way to respond. Absolutely effortless, he's just sweeping through this opening stretch. A stark contrast to their previous meeting on Dunes. A completely untouched round for Catalyst, proving he can still hold his ground against the lead. A quick glimpse of the resilience we expected from the underdog. He's not going away, keeping the pressure on and narrowing the gap. The early favorite is suddenly looking quite vulnerable. Phantom maintains a comfortable 2-round cushion for now. He looks a lot sharper than when he struggled against Vortex earlier today. Both players traded heavy shots, but Catalyst managed to survive the exchange and secure another round. He's completely wiped out that early deficit, leveling the score at 4-4. This puts the high-seeded player in a real spot of trouble. Unbelievable. He scrapes through a brutal fight with almost nothing left, taking full control of the map. The momentum shift is completely opposite of what we expected going in. He's simply on fire right now, continuing a tier that has completely turned this series around. A sharp response from Phantom, getting things back on track before the break. An intense battle between the two most skilled players on the ladder. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. Well, this is exactly what the analysts predicted. The favorite is comfortably in the driver's seat, even though the top seed is fighting hard to close the gap. Time for a reset. A huge step forward for the underdog, firmly regaining his footing. He's certainly not intimidated by the higher ranking here. A frantic exchange of fire here, but he walks away with the edge. He's finally starting to fight back after that sluggish start. He secures the kill from the ramp, keeping the momentum shifting in his favor. He's looking far more composed than during that clash with Neon. The comeback continues, with the underdog refusing to let the pressure get to him. He's making it look easy, taking the lead to a 3-round cushion. The top seed is suddenly fighting an uphill battle. A truly dominant run, as he puts himself just 2 steps away from victory. A tough exchange for the leader, but he managed to walk away with the victory. It's rare to see the ladder's top seed fighting this hard. What a chaotic fight, he barely survives that bloodbath to move within striking distance of the win. Just an absolute nail-biter of a finish. What a finish! Catalyst closes it out with a clean shot to claim the match. He really fought back to secure that one, making a huge statement against the world number 1. He just has the answer for everything right now. What a series! Unbelievable. Vortex hangs on by a thread after a brutal trade to take the early lead from the ramp. Phantom really owns the head-to-head history with a 61% win rate over Vortex, and we saw that dominance play out in their most recent meeting on Fast Aim. It will be interesting to see if Phantom can maintain that psychological edge today. A tough trade for the trailing player, but Phantom manages to outlast him to keep this streak alive. The top-seeded player is certainly making his presence felt. A quick exchange here, and he secures another round to keep this close. The top seed is feeling the pressure now. Vortex is really leaning into this momentum, taking over the match with a strong push. He's certainly not playing like the top-ranked guy on the ladder right now. He just completely dismantled the defense, picking Phantom right off the Tetris to secure a third straight win. The world #1 is starting to look vulnerable here. He's completely in control now, claiming a 4th straight victory. The odds certainly didn't predict this kind of start for him. He is simply not missing, extending his run to 5 straight. The top player on the ladder is really struggling to stabilize. Phantom answers back with an effortless shot, refusing to let this slide further. He's reminding us why the odds favored him today. Vortex was just too quick, catching Phantom before he could even make a move from the ramp. He's really putting that top 4 ranking to the test. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see. He had a strong run of 5 straight wins to build this cushion, but Phantom is still within striking distance. Time to shake things up. He wins the duel from the ramp, showing some real grit to close the gap. Both players are proving just how razor-thin the margin for error is. What a fight! Phantom digs deep to secure the equalizer from the Tetris, bringing us dead even. The pressure is mounting for the top seed now. Vortex completely denies him there, just blocking him right off the box to regain the lead. The #1 seed is definitely feeling a bit shaky right now. Squeaking through, he barely survives that exchange to drop Phantom right off the ramp. The momentum shift is palpable after those 2 huge wins. He keeps the fire going, picking his opponent of the Tetris to reach 10 rounds. Vortex is truly putting on a clinic today. Phantom answers back instantly from the Tetris, showing plenty of heart in this pursuit. He's desperately searching for a way to turn this around. Vortex is putting a real stranglehold on this one. He's just 2 more rounds away from closing the deal. The momentum is heavily skewed against the favorite now. What a scramble! He survives a chaotic exchange to put the pressure back on Phantom. His health is just plummeting, but he's still coming out on top. Phantom guns him down right off the Tetris to keep his hopes alive. He's finally managed to find a gap in the defense. Absolute madness in that exchange, but Phantom manages to clear him off the Tetris to keep this dream alive. He's finally clawing back into this. Game over. Vortex closes the door with a perfect final shot to secure the win. He really broke through that historical wall today. To take down the world #1 in a series this tight is massive. He had to fight for every bit of it. What a fight! Catalyst historically dominates this rivalry with a huge lead over his opponent. Look, he's usually the one in control here, but Vortex has the momentum after winning their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if he can shut down that trend early on. Absolutely crushing it. He's just outclassing his opponent right now. Catalyst shows some grit here, getting back on the board with a sharp response. Definitely a huge confidence boost for the underdog here. He's refusing to back down, securing another fast point to close the gap. That slight edge for the favorite is starting to look flimsy. Unbelievable. He survives with a tiny sliver of health to tie this match up at 3-3. He's just completely erased that early lead. Another clean trade for Vortex to take the lead. He is really leaning into that higher rank today. Vortex is currently putting his all-time 50% win rate to the test. It's a stark contrast to how he usually matches up against Catalyst. We have to wonder if this shift in momentum is a permanent change in their dynamic. He just doesn't go away, keeping the pressure on to trim that deficit. That's exactly why the odds were so tight going in. Vortex is just cruising along with a 7-4 lead. He is putting that top 5 ranking on full display. Vortex takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a total reversal of what we expected to see. The favorite is looking rattled while the underdog just keeps stacking rounds. Fresh start for both guys. Vortex is just ruthless, pushing ahead to a 9-4 lead. He's proving that the gap in rating is negligible today. Vortex is simply dominating this, sitting pretty at 10-4. What a chaotic exchange. He barely survives that firefight to keep his momentum going. The top 4 in the world are really putting on a show. Catalyst manages to get a round back, putting a halt to the onslaught. He's definitely trying to get back to the form he showed against Phantom. The momentum has shifted. Catalyst is suddenly putting on a clinic with these fast rounds. He's really starting to climb back into this, having taken 3 straight. Vortex shuts down the comeback attempt right here, putting himself just 1 step away from the victory. His confidence is clearly returning after that struggle early on. A completely effortless round for Catalyst to keep the fight alive. A strong response from the higher seeded player. What a finish! He closes out the final point with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's really starting to turn the tide of this historic rivalry, proving he can go toe-to-toe with the world's best. Phantom carries an impressive 62% win rate on this map. It's a significant contrast to his current form after those 2 straight losses. He'll need to find some stability if he wants to flip the script on Catalyst today. He's absolutely taking over this map with a perfect 3-round start. He really struggled in their most recent meeting on Mapas. Pure devastation from Catalyst, who just shut out his opponent in a completely one-sided affair. The top seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Absolutely untouchable right now. Catalyst puts up another perfect sequence. The league leader is getting absolutely dismantled right now. He finally answers back, securing a tight win to get on the board. The number 1 seed is fighting to get his eyes back on the target. Unreal, he barely clings to life, scraping through that exchange with a sliver of health. A huge clash between the 2 highest rated guys on the ladder. Phantom holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history, winning just over half of their encounters. It's a stark contrast to how this particular match is unfolding. He's essentially fighting a losing battle against the momentum Catalyst has built today. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 7-3 cushion. He's fighting to prove that the top seed status still means something. He's just relentlessly pushing the pace, leaving Phantom with almost no room to breathe in this series. A tough spot for the league's top-rated player right now. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 9-3. You know, everything is going exactly as the odds makers expected today. He's simply outplaying the number 1 seed in every single exchange. Catalyst is just dominant, sitting pretty at 9-4. That was a lightning-fast reset. That was incredibly fast, practically an instant elimination. Catalyst is just cruising along with a huge 10-4 lead. He's really finding his footing in this matchup. It's becoming a real back-and-forth struggle now, with neither player able to string together a long series of wins. It's a huge mountain to climb from here. Phantom's only got 6 and the hill is steep. His current form is a far cry from those 18,900 plus career matches. Phantom managed a small surge, but Catalyst quickly shuts that down to keep the pressure on. The number 2 seed is absolutely dominating his matchups today. Phantom is starting to make this a real contest, closing the gap as we enter the final stretch. He's definitely pushing back against the early predictions for this series. He shuts things down quickly, putting himself just a single victory away from a win. Just a completely effortless exchange from the challenger. Game over. He closes it out with a sharp finish to secure the series win. A tough result for the top seed, especially since he usually owns the map. Catalyst's just too hot to handle right now. Phantom enters this one as our highest rated player, which should give him a massive confidence boost coming off that first round. But it's worth remembering that Vortex actually took their most recent head-to-head encounter. It will be interesting to see if the momentum shifts back toward the top seed. Vortex manages to secure a quick win from the wine box, and the score is suddenly tied. Coming off a high of 3 wins in a row recently, Phantom is just dominating, pushing a commanding 3-1 lead. That's a clean return to form for the number 1 seed. Vortex looks great from that ramp, and we've got ourselves a real nail-biter now. It's a surprising look for the number 1 seed today. Phantom shuts him down real quick from the wine box, making this a very comfortable start for the top seed. His historic edge on this map is definitely starting to show. Phantom is just too sharp right now, shutting him down even with that height advantage. That 63% career win rate is looking very reliable right now. What an unbelievable escape. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health to stay in the fight. He's really digging deep for these rounds right now. Phantom holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 60% of their career clashes. It's interesting because he usually looks far more comfortable against Vortex than he has today. I wonder if we're seeing a permanent shift in the dynamic. Vortex is refusing to go away, putting up a strong fight as we approach the halfway mark. He's making it very difficult for the favorite to pull away. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom. Well, it's a tight battle so far, and the underdog is actually holding a small advantage. Phantom looks comfortable enough, maybe leveraging that strong map history to stay ahead. Let's see if the momentum holds. He holds the line from the wine box, proving he's got the grit to close this gap. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to find an answer here. Phantom is really starting to pull ahead, and it looks like those height advantages aren't helping Vortex at all right now. The top-rated player in our ladder is really finding his stride. Vortex takes a quick duel from the toolbox to keep this fight alive. He's really refusing to let the favorite cruise to a win. Phantom secures a fast win from the ramp to put some breathing room between himself and Vortex. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. The number 1 seed is looking every bit the favorite. He is completely locked in right now, taking full control of the pace. The top spot on the ladder is showing why he's there. Vortex clears the window with a clean burst to keep the game within reach. A tough stretch lately for the number 1 seed. Vortex simply outclasses him from the ramp, proving he isn't backing down. He is certainly making things interesting for the favorite now. He quickly regains his composure to put himself just one step away from victory. This is exactly how he looked in those dominant outings lately. And that's it! Phantom closes it out with a perfect finish to claim the series. Vortex really tried to push his luck today, but he just couldn't find enough consistency to keep up with that kind of precision. Catalyst really holds the upper hand here with a 61% all-time head-to-head win rate. So yeah, this is a rivalry where the matchups usually go his way. We'll see if Vortex can claw back into this and secure his first round. Catalyst is just dominating this series, leading 2-1 now. He's definitely feeling the heat from that previous encounter on Dunes. Catalyst is starting to separate himself early, really putting a lot of pressure on Vortex right now. His number 2 seed ranking is definitely starting to show. Catalyst is simply too quick today, using that height advantage on the boost to widen the gap. He's definitely playing like a top 2 ranked player right now. The momentum has shifted entirely and Catalyst is just sailing through this set. This is exactly why the top 2 seed usually gets the nod. He's simply unstoppable right now, extending that run to 4 straight. The momentum is shifting away from the pre-match favorite. Finally, a response from Vortex, who manages to put a halt to that run. He's definitely trying to replicate that victory from Dunes. Vortex has played over 15,000 matches in this league. It's an incredible amount of experience to bring into a set like this. He's certainly using that deep history to shake off the early deficit and start chipping away at the lead. Wow, that was a absolute slugfest. He barely claws out a victory after both of them took massive damage. That's a high pressure escape to put him right back in control. Catalyst still leads by 3, keeping the pressure high. That was a really rough showing for him against Phantom earlier today. We head into the break with Catalyst holding a 7-5 lead, and you know, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would for the higher seed. He looks comfortable and in control of the map right now. New sides, let's see the sparks fly. Vortex refuses to go away, digging deep to close the gap to 6-7. The pressure is mounting as this series becomes a dead heat. He's just refusing to let this match slide away, locking in another one to bring everything level. Unreal, he manages to secure the lead with an absolute scramble, surviving on a thin margin to move ahead 8-7. Catalyst answers back immediately to level the score at 8-8. The raw skill gap is narrowing as this one stays tight. Catalyst regains a narrow edge, pushing it to 9-8. Tough break for the supposed favorite in this one. Vortex is completely in the zone now, leveling the game and proving he belongs in this fight. Catalyst barely edges ahead, clinging to a slim 10-9 lead. It's been a grueling day for him after that loss to Phantom. Catalyst is really starting to pull away again, making it a 2-round lead as we head into the final stretch. A huge play by Catalyst to shut down that momentum and move within 1 round of victory. The confidence is surging for the man in the lead. Unbelievable. He barely survives that shootout to secure the win, and the whole map. He just had too much composure when it mattered most. Vortex really fought back, but he couldn't close the door. What a fight! Catalyst came out firing, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that ramp. Phantom holds a lead in their overall head-to-head with 571 total wins, but he's been struggling lately against this specific opponent. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can actually flip the script today. A chaotic scrap there, but he manages to claw one back to stay in the fight. The favorite is finally starting to wake up. Catalyst has a real grip on the early part of this map, refusing to let the world number 1 get any traction. Catalyst just shut him down on that ramp, and the gap is widening quickly. It's a repeat of that tight 13-7 battle we saw just now. Another effortless fight on the ramp for the lead as he puts his opponent in the dirt. The number 2 seed is playing absolutely perfect right now. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another one for a commanding lead. The heavy favorite's luck hasn't changed since their last encounter. He just clears the ramp with ease, extending his lead to 8-1. He looks completely comfortable throughout this series. A quick snapshot from Phantom to secure another tally. He's showing some of that top-rated poise now. That's another clean sequence for Phantom, and he's starting to narrow the gap. The top seed is finally shaking off those early nerves. It's 8-4 for Catalyst as we hit the break, and honestly, this looks exactly like what the stats predicted. He's really capitalizing on his 76% win rate on red line today. Fresh start, let's see the comeback. What a scrap. He just barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his momentum going. A tough spot for the highest rated player in the league. Unbelievable, Phantom barely survives a brutal exchange and manages to clear him off the ramp. Hard to forget how dominant he looked in their earlier set today. Catalyst just clears him off the ramp, and the pressure is really starting to mount for Phantom. A very tough day for the top seeds so far. Catalyst is just an absolute wall right now, and he's effectively locked Phantom out of this one. Phantom is refusing to go down without a fight, but Catalyst still holds a very comfortable cushion. Another precise shot gives Catalyst the edge, leaving him just a single round shy of the victory. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he managed to hold the ramp and stay alive. He just barely survived that one to stay in the game. What a finish! Catalyst shuts the door with a final kill off the ramp to secure the victory. He's really making a statement today, taking down the top seed and looking completely in control of the server. Phantom historically wins about 61% of their meetings. He's usually the more consistent force in this rivalry, so we're waiting to see if this early lead for Vortex is just a fluke. Unbelievable! He claws back a win and survives by the skin of his teeth. He's currently sitting as the second highest rated player in our circuit. A dead hit at 2-all. Who blinks first? Vortex is really shaking things up for the supposed favorite here. Vortex holds a narrow edge, leading 3-2. A rough stretch lately as he's dropped 2 of his last 3. Phantom quickly settles things back down, and these two are essentially mirroring each other's every move. Vortex keeps the pressure high with a 4-3 cushion. The number 2 seed is starting to look vulnerable here. Vortex is just not letting him breathe today, completely shutting down Phantom's attempt to hold a high spot. Vortex is just barely clinging to a 1-point advantage. Coming off a stronger 20-win day recently. Vortex has a much higher win rate over his last 10 matches than Phantom. It's interesting because he's really capitalizing on that surging confidence to put a gap between himself and the top seed. He just needs one more strong push to put this match out of reach. Vortex enters the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's holding his own exactly like we thought he would. Phantom is definitely feeling the heat, but he still has plenty of time to flip this script. Time to see who settles in. Vortex maintains a slim lead at 7-6. He's fighting to get back to that habitual dominance. Phantom claws back, and we are tied at 7 apiece. He's completely in control now, securing his 3rd straight victory. He's truly living up to that 2nd seed ranking today. Vortex responds instantly, erasing that deficit to bring us back to a dead even split. Vortex barely edges ahead, now leading 9-8. Really impressive a performance from the 4th ranked player today. He's totally in his element right now, ending this encounter in an instant. The top 2 in the rankings are putting on a show. Phantom answers back quickly, keeping the deficit to a single round. The favorite is starting to flex his muscle again.
Absolute deadlock now with both players sitting at 10.
He's showing why he sits so high up on the ladder. What a fight. He hangs on by a thread to keep this run going. He's completely locked in at this point. A familiar sight given the overall lead he's built over the years. And he strikes back with a quick kill, bringing the score level at 11-all. The momentum is shifting right when it counts. A completely effortless encounter that puts Phantom just 1 round away from victory. Vortex has looked incredible today, but he needs a huge stop right now. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door on the match, taking the win right here. He really dug deep for that one, barely surviving a few nail-biters to hold on to his lead. Hard-fought win. Havoc has a clear historical edge in this matchup, winning nearly 60% of their games together. But we have to remember that Ignis actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if he can force another upset today. Havoc secures that advantage from the ramp, taking a narrow lead in the early stages. He has been in great form lately with 27 wins today. Havoc is cruising right now with a commanding 3-1 lead. The top quartile talent is really showing through here. Ignis is fighting hard to close that 3-2 gap. The gap in the ratings isn't telling the whole story here. What a fight! Both of them were nearly gone, but he manages to claw out the victory to tie it all up. Total reset on the board now. Havoc grabs the momentum, pushing his lead to 4-3. He looks very composed for someone coming off a rocky start to the set. Ignis holds a strong position on the ramp and manages to pull these two dead even. Ignis has flipped the script to lead 5-4. He's really putting the pressure on right now. He's just completely in control, securing another fast win to extend his run. The momentum is completely shifted as he stays hot to grab another victory. The number 9 seed is really struggling to find answers. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Havoc was heavily expected to win this, but he's looking completely lost right now. He'll need a huge response on the other side to stay in this. Time for a fresh start. Havoc is in an incredible stretch of form, going 27-9 over the last day. It's a stark contrast to how he started this map. Now that he's finally found some footing, he'll be looking to lean into that confidence to narrow this gap. Ignis is really starting to pull away at 9-6. A very solid response from a player currently sitting at rank 9. These two are just trading blows right now, but Ignis is the one consistently coming out on top. Ignis has definitely found a way to shut him down today. Havoc shuts him down on the ramp and he's finally starting to chip away at that lead. The number 9 seed is starting to show his teeth. Ignis reads him perfectly, picking him off as he tried to hold the ramp. He's comfortably in control of a match where he was supposed to dominate. Just a quick snap of the wrist and Ignis puts himself on match point. A complete shutdown in those last two encounters. Absolutely effortless, Ignis closes it out with a lightning fast finish to secure the victory. It's just an absolute nightmare for Havoc to be on the receiving end of that, especially given his run lately. Havoc secures that first round after controlling the wine crates, and he really looks comfortable early on. Havoc has won a staggering 69% of their head-to-head encounters. It's clear he's leveraging that psychological edge right now. He's simply playing with more confidence than Mist in these early rounds. Mist is trailing 1-2 and desperate for a comeback. He's certainly feeling the heat after those two tough losses to Ignis. We're all squared up now with Mist catching up. A massive test of nerves for the top quartile seed. Unreal. Both of them were hammering away, but he scrapes through with the narrowest of margins. Total stalemate now, as Mist and Havoc sit tied. It is a huge shift in energy for the lower ranked side. Mist takes the lead with a narrow 4-3 advantage. He's really struggling to put that 27-10 day into perspective. This match is moving at a blistering pace. We're seeing these encounters decided in just a couple of seconds. Havoc strikes back, pulling ahead by a single round. The higher rated side is starting to impose his will on the match. The momentum has shifted completely back to the favorite side, and he's now claiming 3 straight. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another win to build a substantial gap as we head toward the break. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. The top seed is doing exactly what we expected he would do. He's proving too strong for Mist right now. Time to see if Mist can answer. And he answers right back, proving he can hold his ground against the favorite. This victory is a huge confidence boost for the underdog. Havoc is currently holding a strong historical lead with over 400 total wins in their rivalry. That experience is really helping him maintain composure even when things get tight. We'll see if Mist can actually bridge that gap today. Havoc is pulling away again, leading it 9-7. He's managed to shake off those recent losses to Ignis. Havoc is really starting to distance himself now, putting a lot of pressure on Mist to answer quickly. He takes total control from the wine, putting a definitive stop to Mist's momentum. Mist gets a clean look here, keeping the gap from widening further. A nice little bit of momentum for the rank 26 spot. Havoc reacts a split second faster to bring himself within a single round of victory. What a finish! Havoc shuts the door with a perfect final shot to close out the series. He's really snapped out of that slump now. He looked far too composed today for Mist to ever get a real foothold. Ignis really holds the upper hand in this rivalry with a 61% lifetime win rate. And he's clearly coming in with a lot of confidence after those two strong victories against Havoc earlier today. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually break that pattern. Mist is firmly in control, leading 2-1. That was a lightning fast trade. Mist is quickly building some serious momentum, really putting the pressure on Ignis early on. Mist is dominating this series, now sitting at 4-1. It's a complete flip from the expectations heading into this one. He just can't find an answer for those reflexes, continuing the tier with a perfect round. Another effortless win here as he stretches his lead to 6. He's really putting those ladder rankings to the test right now. Ignis quickly secures the point and stops the slide. He certainly wants to keep those recent results against Havoc going. Mist has a strong recent record with a 60% win rate in his last 10 games. And he is using that confidence to carve out a huge advantage in this specific series. It is almost a total reversal of how these two usually match up. Unbelievable. He scrapes through that chaos with almost nothing left to close out the half. He is making a strong push back into this. Mist takes an 8-4 lead going into the break. Honestly, he is completely defying the odds here. Ignis just isn't keeping up with the pace and looks visibly shaken by that 4-round streak. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis claws one back, trailing 8-5 now. He's fighting to get back to those usual standards. Mist is towering over him with a 9-5 lead. The gap between these two on the ladder is negligible. The tide is shifting a bit. Ignis is starting to put up a real fight to close this distance. He's showing some serious grit, moving closer to the lead with that perfect shot. He just refuses to back down, continuing this surge and narrowing the deficit to a single round. What a turnaround! He's completely wiped the floor with that lead to bring the score level. The early favorite has finally found his footing in this match. Simply untouchable right now, he's completely taken over the map to move into a one-round lead. It is a completely different story since the side switch. A sudden response from Mist, bringing everything back to an even 10 apiece. He is simply refusing to buckle, taking another clean win to pull ahead. The pressure is clearly building as we approach the finish line. Neither of these two is blinking first today, they're just trading blows in this deadlock. Slightly lower on the ladder, but he is holding his own. He manages to edge out a tough fight to move within striking distance of the win. The favorite is finally staring down the finish. What a nail biter! He manages to survive the onslaught to force an overtime showdown. A total deadlock now, and it's headed for the extra distance. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to secure the edge in a frantic brawl. A tough break for the trailing player to concede that one. We have absolutely nothing left to separate these two as the score stays deadlocked in the second overtime. He's looking scary right now, playing an absolutely flawless game of poker. The momentum has completely shifted back to the underdog. Absolute precision from Ignis, walking away completely unscathed to keep this overtime deadlock going. A real battle of wills between these two. He reacts just a fraction faster to seize a decisive advantage. A massive shot to put himself in the driver's seat. What a way to end it! He closes the door and secures the series victory. He just couldn't close it out after that insane comeback attempt. This is a massive result for the underdog in this rivalry. He had to work for that. Havoc enters this as the heavy favorite with 890 head-to-head wins over Ignis. That historical edge is a huge factor, but Ignis has already taken the first round. Now it's just a matter of seeing if the rating gap actually plays out. Havoc quickly answers back, using that ramp position to keep things tight. The higher rated player is definitely showing his quality now. Ignis looks incredibly sharp from the ramp right now, putting a lot of pressure on Havoc early on. The number 11 seed is starting to look a bit rattled. Ignis is just one step ahead at 3-2. He's definitely coming in with more confidence after that dominant 27-9 day. Ignis is just too fast right now, completely ignoring that height advantage Havoc tried to use. Havoc uses those bricks perfectly to secure the round and keep things competitive. He's showing why he holds a top 15 spot in our rating. Unbelievable. Both players were trading shots on the ramp, but he barely scrapes through to level the series. We're seeing a very tight battle between these two tonight. That was a total shutout. He's really starting to take over this set. He's definitely leaning into that superior rating right now. A desperate exchange of fire here, but he claws back to square the match. He's proving he can trade blows with the top 10. Havoc wins the race to the ramp, putting a bit of a gap between them as we approach the half. The gap between these two really narrows when the pressure mounts. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's played the role of the favorite perfectly so far. He's really relying on that 70% recent win rate to maintain his edge here. Time for a clean slate. Havoc is just putting on a clinic right now, using that ramp height to really tighten his grip on this map. He's really making the most of that high ladder position today. Havoc is simply on a different level right now, knocking Ignis off that ramp to build a commanding lead. That's a huge shift in momentum as he puts an end to that brief rally. Things are starting to look a lot like their usual matchups. He holds everything down from the planks to push his streak to 4. He's really starting to pull away with that top quartile experience. He manages to find his target first and holds the slide. That's a quick response to stay in the game. Ignis is really starting to put some pressure on Havoc, and that ramp position is proving a huge advantage. He's on fire, continuing the surge after a wild trade-off from the wine box. The momentum is shifting away from the favorite here. Absolute dominance from the ramp as he secures another round, keeping this incredible run going. He's completely tearing through the defense now. A crushing stop to that momentum as Havoc puts himself on the verge of victory. Just enough composure to stop the bleeding for a moment. He refuses to go quietly, shutting the door on that attempt to close it out. A huge response from the underdog in a high-stakes moment. What a finish! He secures the final round from the window to take the match. Ignis fought a war out there, but it just wasn't enough to pull off the upset. He really pushed the pace today. What a fight! Havoc has been completely in control of this rivalry with a 69% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. That historical dominance is definitely playing a role in his confidence today. It will be interesting to see if Mist can actually bridge the gap. Another flawless engagement, and he's simply refusing to let his opponent get a foot in the door. Absolutely crushing. He's put up a wall and just won't let Mist get a single point on the board. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving to a 5-round lead. That 99th percentile skill level is starting to show. Unbelievable. He barely clutched that one out from the Tetris, but he's now 6 straight. The number 9 seed is certainly proving his class today. Finally, he manages to claw back around and get off the scoreboard. He's coming off an incredibly dominant 27-9 ROM today. Havoc is firmly in control here, matching the high expectations coming into this match. And honestly, it makes sense since he's already beaten Mist in their most recent meeting. He's simply too consistent for his opponent right now. Havoc is just cruising now with an 8-2 lead. He has a high level of experience with over 16,000 matches played. Mist really waited for the right moment there to punish Havoc for pushing up onto that boost. Mist is trying to prove he can hang with the top 10 today. We head into the break with Havoc leading 9-3. This is exactly what the analysts predicted. He's just playing a different game than Mist right now, and it's looking like another comfortable day for the top 10 seed. Time to see a new side. Havoc has an absolute stranglehold on things at 10 apiece. The skill difference in their ratings is really becoming apparent here. Havoc secures the round and is looking incredibly sharp while playing from the ramp. He's completely commanding the map right now. Mist manages to pick him off from the Tetris and puts a little pressure back on. Slightly more unpredictable than the expected result. Mist is finally putting up a fight, catching Havoc right as he tried to hold the Tetris. It's a massive swing in momentum for the lower seeded player. He shuts it down quickly, putting himself just a single step away from a victory. What a fast reset to put him right back in the driver's seat. Game over. Havoc closes the door with a lightning fast final shot to seal the series. The gap in class is just too wide here, and it really looked like a one-sided affair from the jump. Ignis holds a huge lifetime lead with 597 wins over Mist in their head-to-head history. But that confidence might be shaking right now, since Mist just beat him in their most recent clash. This is definitely a fight for psychology at the start. He simply refuses to let up, dragging Ignis right off the ramp to make it 3 straight. Absolutely effortless. He's just not missing a beat right now. The underdog is playing like he's completely in control. Ignis finally answers back to keep the score manageable. He's definitely trying to shake off that recent loss to Havoc. He's finding a way to dig in and get back into this fight. The favorite is starting to exert his presence. Mist is leaning into a massive surge of confidence with a 70% win rate in his last 10 games. So yeah, he's playing with an edge that Ignis simply hasn't found today. We are seeing a real shift in the power dynamic here. Mist had no trouble flushing him out of the red for another round. That was a grueling trade, but Ignis survives the exchange to keep his climb going. The experience is starting to show for the top-seeded player. The pressure is mounting for Mist as he lets another one slip before the side switch. A strong push to close out the first half. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the type of balanced fight we anticipated. Ignis is holding his own, but Mist is proving he can trade blows for an entire half. Fresh start, a blank slate for both. Mist takes a slim 7-6 lead. Hard to see a huge gap in these guys' current level. Pure speed on that reaction. He's fully locked in and brings the series level. Mist edges ahead by 1, holding a tight 8-7 lead. Hard-fought sets for the two of them today. Unbelievable! He clawed back from the brink to secure a wild victory and level the score. Absolutely gut-wrenching way to give up that lead. Mist puts his nose ahead again, moving into a 9-8 advantage. Both players are virtually identical in our current rating. Mist is widening the gap to 10-8 right now. He's really fighting for that upper hand today. Ignis stays composed and wipes him out without taking a single point of damage. His head-to-head dominance is starting to feel relevant again. Wow, he pulls it off from the ramp to bring us completely level. He's really fighting his way back into the center of this match. Another perfect sequence for the comeback kid, and now he's officially back in the lead. He is on fire right now, simply outclassing his opponent to put himself just 1 away from victory. Unreal! He barely survives that bloodbath to finish the job and secure the victory. He really fought through the fire to close that one out. Mist played him perfectly for a while, but the clutch factor finally swung things back. He had to work for that. Havoc enters this duel with a dominant 28-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a massive amount of confidence into this series. Given the gap in our ratings, it'll take a very precise effort from Ignis to shift the momentum. Ignis is staring down a 2-1 lead right now. The top quartile player is definitely feeling the pressure now. We've got a dead heat on our hands, but the tie goes to the favorite here. That's a familiar story, considering their head-to-head history. Havoc just snatched the lead, pushing it to 3-2. Their previous meeting on Fast Aim ended with a similar result. Ignis fights back to make it a deadlock at 3-3. Neither man seems to have a clear grip on the series yet. The speed of these exchanges is ramping up, and Havoc is looking incredibly sharp right now. Total chaos as Ignis levels the playing field at 4-4. He's playing a dangerous game against a better seed here. Ignis edges ahead with a tight 5-4 lead. He's really making the most of that recent victory over Mist. It's a complete toss-up now. Neither player is letting the other pull away for long. He's historically held the upper hand in these encounters. Havoc recovers the edge, pulling ahead 6-5. His higher placement on the ladder is starting to show. We're headed into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. Well, this is a total shock considering Havoc usually has a significant advantage in their head-to-head match history. The underdog is completely holding his own here. Fresh start for both players. Unbelievable. He survives by a sliver of health after shaking him off the box. Just a sliver of health left there, completely wild. Havoc has clearly found his stride in the second half. And it's a worrying trend for Ignis, who just let another round slip. He needs to figure out a way to disrupt this momentum before the gap widens further. Ignis is really putting on a show, using that high ground to claw back into this. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel negligible. Havoc is pulling away now, holding a 9-7 grip. A tough stretch for the rank 24 seed right now. Ignis is keeping pace, trailing only by a single point. That was a rapid exchange, a very clean take. What a fight! He survives by a hair and secures the 9-9 deadlock from the box. Unreal. He simply refuses to let it slide today. Simply untouchable right now as he puts together a 3-round tier. The tide has completely turned since their last encounter on Fast Aim. What an absolute scramble! He manages to scrape through with barely any health left to keep this tie alive. Absolutely nails the timing to stop that run in its tracks. The momentum has shifted back to the favorite and he's looking very comfortable in this exchange. He's looking every bit top 10 seed in this clash. He's absolutely crushing these exchanges, putting himself just one round away from a victory. He's just completely shut him down in these last 3. A huge reflex play from Ignis to keep this series alive. That was a desperate but crucial stand. And there it is. Havoc seals the deal with a decisive final shot to close out the series. Ignis really put him through the ringer today. He showed a ton of grit, but just barely missed out in the end. Hard-fought win. What a chaotic opening fight. Mist scrapes through that exchange by a tiny margin to take the first. Havoc comes into this match with a dominant 28-8 record over the last day. He's certainly playing with that confidence. Now the real question is if Mist can ignore the historical gap and put up a real fight. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece. Total stalemate here. The number 8 seed is proving far too precise. Unbelievable! He manages to secure the kill from below while walking away with just a single point of health. Havoc just shuts him down from the wine, putting the pressure back on Mist. He almost didn't make it out of that one, but he manages to outlast his opponent in a brutal firefight. The lower ranked player is really holding his own right now. A complete deadlock. We're sitting at 4-all. Head-to-head record leans heavily in his favor historically. Mist finally breaks the tie and takes a narrow lead. The 26th seed is really putting the pressure on now. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. We are seeing a series of lightning fast rounds lately. Mist holds a slim 1-round advantage heading into 11. A blistering exchange to keep this close game moving. We've got a 6-6 tie moving into the break. I mean, Mist is fighting way above his rank right now. He is effectively neutralizing the top 10 player. And it's anyone's game going into the second half. Fresh start, let's get into it. Havoc claims the lead, pulling ahead 7-6. Looking a lot like that previous 13-5 blowout they had. Havoc has essentially completely shifted the momentum in his favor, and honestly, he's just showing why he has such a massive lead in their overall head-to-head history. It will be a huge task for Mist to claw back into this if he can't find a way to break this streak. Havoc was quicker to the trigger, catching Mist before he could even react from the wine. Havoc is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. He's really letting the rate indifference show right now. A completely effortless kill to keep this run rolling. A difficult stretch for the underdog here. He is simply too fast, closing in on the victory with another flawless exchange. What a wild ending. He barely survives that slugfest to secure the series victory. The high seed really found his stride after that break, shutting the door on any chance of a comeback. Mist gets the early edge, catching Ignis completely off guard on the ramp. Ignis holds a dominant lead in their career history with a 61% win rate over Mist. You can tell it's really weighing on him today, especially since he's starting this one in a hole. We'll see if that experience helps him stabilize. Absolutely effortless. He's simply refusing to let anything go his way. A total reversal from their last meeting on Mapas. Goodness, what a fight! Ignis manages to scrap through a chaotic trade to secure his first round. He's certainly looking for some redemption after that tight defeat to Havoc. He's refusing to go quiet, taking another round with a perfectly clean shot. The momentum shift is palpable right now. Mist still holds a comfortable 3-round lead here. His opponent is certainly struggling to keep things steady today. A completely clean exchange here, and he's starting to claw back into this game. He really needs to find a way to shut this down. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange to claw back within one. That was an incredible save for a tiny bit of health. Mist has a tough run today, having gone 1-4 in the last 24 hours. It's clear he's fighting uphill, but he's managed to keep this specific set remarkably competitive. He just needs a few more clean rounds to prove the odds wrong. A complete deadlock on the ramp, and Mist comes out on top for another one. Both players are sitting right in the middle of the ladder ranking. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is a huge turn of events considering the heavy pressure on the underdog today. He's managing to outplay the favorite in a surprising way. Time to see who blinks first. Mist is still firmly in control with an 8-5 lead. He's really fighting the tide today despite the tight ratings gap. Unreal! He nearly collapses there, but somehow manages to secure the win in a total slugfest. He is proving remarkably hard to put away today. Another one for him, showing real grit as he keeps chipping away at that lead. The pressure is really starting to mount for the higher rated star. And he's completely reset the match, knocking Mist off the ramp to bring us level at 8-8. Total collapse from the defender's side. He's just completely outclassed him here, taking his 5th straight to seize a 1-round lead. The gap in rankings is becoming very apparent right now. He just keeps stacking them up, dropping Mist right off the ramp to push his lead further. He's on a tear now, taking 6 straight to put himself in a commanding position. The mental gap is staring him right in the face now. Another effortless exchange for Ignis, moving him to the very edge of victory. Absolutely stunning, he storms back from that deficit to close it out with a complete victory. That's another one in the books for Ignis, and he definitely looks like the better man on this map. Havoc have had a fantastic start to the day, and he's currently sitting on a 28-8 record. It's easy to see why the ladder has him ranked so much higher than Ignis. He's clearly riding a lot of confidence right now. Ignis is putting on a clinic with a 2-1 lead. He's clearly shaking off that last loss from their Dunes encounter. He's just unstoppable right now, picking his opponent off from the Tetris to move to 3 straight. The rating gap is definitely not playing a role here. Ignis is completely taking over here, picking him right off the Tetris to keep the run going. A sharp response here as Havoc digs in to secure his second of the set. The pressure is definitely mounting on the higher seeded player now. Havoc is showing a real grit, quickly securing another round from the box to close the gap. An absolute shutout to even the series, and is officially in full control now. Ignis really needs to find an answer for the heavy pressure. Ignis quickly regains the lead, putting himself back on top. Ignis gets the jump from the ramp to really start putting some distance between himself and the opponent. What a fight. Both players were nearly dead, but he managed to claw out the win by a thread. That was an incredibly tight trade in the end. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, Havoc was supposed to steamroll this series, given that huge rating difference. He's looking a bit shaken right now while the underdog is playing with huge confidence. Let's see if Havoc resets. He secures a clean fight on the ramp, showing a lot of heart to claw his way back into this. A very steady hand there, keeping this series right in reach. Ignis is really leaning into his slight advantage on this specific map, and honestly, it's a welcome change of pace, because he has struggled so much in their overall head-to-head history. If he can maintain this lead, he might actually pull off the upset today. Ignis holds a strong 9-7 grip on this one. Ignis is really finding a way to fight back despite the history. Unreal. He barely hangs on with a sliver of life to keep this rally alive. He's really fighting for his life in these encounters. Ignis is on fire, simply refusing to let Havoc hold those high ground spots today. Quite a turnaround, considering he's normally the one taking the losses here. Havoc is refusing to go away, picking him right off that box to narrow the gap. He just refused to die in that exchange, managing to drag himself to a 10-10 tie. It really feels like the favorites are finally adjusting their approach. He's completely shut him down with a perfect shot to take the lead. A fast reaction there to level the score back up. Absolute deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Ignis puts the pressure on, picking him clean off the ramp to bring himself to the edge of victory. He stays calm under fire to force the deadlock, pushing this whole battle into overtime. The odds are out the window now. This is purely a test of nerves. Ignis is just too fast, catching Havoc before he could even settle in on that Tetris platform. His history against this opponent makes this current lead even more impressive. He is absolutely crushing the pace of these exchanges, managing to hold a high ground and punish him instantly. Ignis just completely shattered Havoc's momentum, taking control to reach match point. absolutely incredible. He secures the match-winning blow to seal the victory. He just completely dismantled the odds of the bracket in a total grind of a set. What a match. Havoc has an incredible 27-8 record over the last day. That high-level confidence is carrying over into this match. He is sitting in the top quartile of our rating, and it looks like he's using that edge to put pressure on Mist early. He's just too fast right now, keeping the streak alive for a huge start. This is reflecting that historic head-to-head advantage. Simply untouchable. He's just powering through this opening set. The sheer pressure is overwhelming. He's just simply too strong right now. He's just not letting up, catching Mist from the ramp to push his lead to 6. Mist is really struggling to find any answers today. Finally, a breakthrough for Mist, who just deleted his opponent to get on the board. He needs this spark after those tough losses to Ignis. Havoc has been overwhelmingly successful in their head-to-head meetings, coming out on top in nearly 70% of their matches. It is a staggering gap, but the tide is shifting a bit here. We have to see if this small momentum swing is enough to break those historical chains. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly dead, but he scrapes by with the skin of his teeth. A real nail-biter to secure that lead. Havoc is dominant, holding a commanding 8-3 lead. Havoc takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as the pre-match odds predicted. He just looks much sharper than Mist right now. Let's see if Mist can claw back. What a frantic exchange. He barely escapes that clash with his life. He's looking every bit the favorite in this series. Havoc is just cruising along with a 10-4 lead. He's fighting a real uphill battle with those previous losses today. Havoc is just completely in control of the tempo here, making the most of every encounter. Mist managed to hold his ground from the ramp, but the overall deficit remains quite steep. A rare moment of resistance for the number 27 ranked player. Mist has found a bit of a second wind, putting together 3 straight rounds to chip away at that lead. Hard to believe he's barely won a set today. He's on fire. That makes 3 straight for Mist as he continues this surge. He's certainly fighting for a brutal run of results today. He's completely locked in. That's 4 straight for Mist as he continues his charge. This is becoming a total disaster for the favorite. He's just not stopping. That's 5 in a row for Mist as he continues to erase this deficit. The script has completely flipped for the designated favorite. Absolute madness. He's completely taken over the map, bringing the score within a single round. A sudden shift in the air. Havoc answers back immediately and moves one step closer to the victory. Unbelievable! He clings to life with a sliver of health to close out the series. Mist really stepped up and made him sweat for every single round in that second half. He just couldn't close the gap. What a battle! Ignis has an impressive 61% head-to-head win rate against his opponent. It's a massive historical advantage that makes this early lead for Mist even more surprising. We'll see if Mist can actually turn the tide today. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just deletes Ignis in a blink. A really rough start for the favorite player. Mist just doesn't let up, plucking him right off that box for another fast win. A rough turn of events for someone with the higher rank. Ignis puts up a strong response to halt the momentum. He can definitely lean on that recent 13-8 victory for confidence. Mist is just dominating this set at 5-1. He's completely defying his recent struggles in the league. Mist has an incredible amount of confidence right now, especially after starting 1-6 today. Well, it is a huge turnaround considering he managed just a single win out of 7 matches in the last day. He's truly flipping the script on the match narrative. Ignis is starting to put some pressure on here, utilizing that high ground to secure another fast round. Mist is really making life difficult for him, putting on a clinic from the high ground. Mist is just seeing everything right now, easily picking him off that elevated spot. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely ignored the rankings here. He's holding a strong cushion against the player who usually owns this matchup. Time for Ignis to wake up. Mist is cruising with a commanding 9-4 lead. He really is flipping the script against his usual nemesis. Mist is just ruthless, pushing the tally to 10-4. A really surprising contrast to their last clash on red line. Ignis is still very much in the fight, making it a 5-point game now. Mist is just too sharp right now, using that high to shut things down again. He's really making the most of his momentum tonight. He shuts the door on that small comeback by securing the kill from the box. The gap in their recent form is becoming really apparent. What a finish! Mist closes out the map with a flawless final exchange to seal the deal. He's just gonna leave that as a massive question mark for the higher seed today. Havoc has a huge advantage in their overall head-to-head, winning nearly 60% of their past encounters. It's clear that his superior rating makes him the heavy favorite here. We just need to see if Ignis can maintain the poise he showed in their last meeting. Absolutely effortless. He's just strolling through these early rounds. A quick reaction here to get back on the board and shake off that early pressure. A nice little momentum shift for the underdog. Havoc is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. He's really making the most of a dominant 28-8 day so far. Havoc is simply rolling right now, leading 5-1. The top quartile talent is really starting to show here. That's a huge shift in the wind as the favorite puts an end to that brief rally. The momentum has completely swung and he's just untouchable right now. A really tough stretch for the number 24 ranked player. Ignis finds his mark to keep the scoreline from widening further. Havoc is really putting the pressure on from that wine position, making it a 6-round gap. Unreal. That was an absolute slugfest, and somehow he scrapes through with a sliver of health. The nail-biting survival for Havoc continues. Havoc takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break, while the favorite is just tearing through this map. He's essentially playing to his seed and looks way too sharp right now. Ignis needs to find a way back. Ignis actually holds a slight historical advantage on this map. It's interesting to see him lean into that specific comfort level right now. He'll need a lot more of this to bridge the current gap. What a scramble. He manages to trade down and edge out the fight from the flowers with almost nothing left. Ignis is staying gritty. He refuses to let this game slide away easily. The pace of these last few rounds has been breathtaking. They're just blinking and it's over. He's clearly feeling the weight of that 16-12 loss from their last set. He manages to dismantle Havoc right off the wine for another win. The top 9 seeds usually hold their ground, but he's looking vulnerable. Havoc asserts himself from the wine, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Game over. Havoc shuts the door with a perfect final strike to secure the series. A different story from their last set. He's just in a different gear today. Havoc comes out swinging and takes control immediately, punishing Mist for holding that ramp position. Havoc really owns the historical matchup, winning 69% of their previous encounters. It's a massive mountain for Mist to climb if he wants to shift the dynamic here today. Havoc is pulling ahead, leading 2-1. The top quartile talent is definitely showing. Havoc just can't be stopped, now sitting on a 3-1 lead. He simply refuses to let go, ending the exchange from the ramp to extend his lead. A clean exchange from the ramp as Mist shows plenty of fight to close the gap. He's definitely proving that he can hang with the higher seeded player today. Havoc is just dominating here, commanding a 5-2 lead. He's really capitalizing on that massive 29-8 run from today. What a statement! He just walked through that round completely unscathed. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. What a fight! Both players were trading heavy damage, but he barely manages to scramble out of that with his life. He continues to look like the stronger side in this series. A gritty battle here, and he manages to dig in and secure the round. He's really starting to put some pressure on the leader. He's refusing to back down, securing another round to narrow the deficit. Absolute chaos as the lead narrows to just a single round. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are playing out exactly as predicted. Mist is keeping the score close, but the top seed is clearly the one in control right now. Time to see if Mist resets. Havoc is simply too quick, picking Mist right off that ramp to widen the gap. He's continuing a very strong trend from his recent outings. Mist has a 40% win rate over his last 10 games, which really highlights how difficult this current stretch has been for him. And honestly, he's starting to look like he's running out of options to stop this momentum. We need to see if he can actually snap a 3-game slide right now. Havoc takes another round from the ramp, and you can tell he's just a few steps away from closing this out. He's really capitalizing on that top 10 ranking tonight. Havoc is just too fast in these ramp fights, and he's now putting himself in a great spot to end this. He's playing exactly like the top 10 talent we expected today. He's just too sharp, cleaning up that exchange on the ramp to reach match point. A completely different pace compared to that fast reset earlier. He manages to hold that ramp and keep himself in the game. A sudden breath of fresh air for him right here. Absolutely incredible. He closes the door on the series and secures the victory right here. He's just on a tear right now. Mist puts up a decent fight, but he's simply no answer for those reflexes today. Mist comes out firing and catches Ignis right as he steps up that ramp. Ignis holds a significant historical advantage with 599 total wins over Mist. It's an impressive lead, but Mist is clearly coming off a very strong performance from their last encounter. It will be interesting to see who controls the pace here. We're completely deadlocked at 2-all. He's definitely trying to shake off those losses from earlier today. Mist is really putting the pressure on here, taking control of the early momentum. Mist is cruising right now with a solid 4-2 lead. Mist holds a narrow 4-3 edge as we reset. He's definitely looking to rebound after that tough set against Havoc earlier. Ignis is really starting to shift the tide here, using that high ground on the toolbox to bring the series level. The two of them are nearly identical in rating on the ladder. He's completely in control, sweeping the board from that toolbox for his third straight round. Really a battle of the mid-tier as we approach double digits. Mist quickly answers back to even the score. It's a complete toss-up right now between these two. Ignis takes the lead, pushing ahead 6-5. A tough stretch for him after those early losses today. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the favorite is playing exactly how he should be. We'll see if Mist can find a way to close this gap on the other side. Fresh start for the second half. Mist manages to grab that one from the ramp, and now we've got ourselves a real nail biter. The map percentage actually leans toward him slightly. We're back to a dead heat at 7 apiece. This is looking like a mirror of their previous meeting. A perfect sequence of shots puts him in total command of this match. This is an incredibly tough stretch for him across today's games. Ignis manages to clear him off the ramp to bring this set right back to a draw. A big shift from the way the early match looked. Ignis keeps the pressure on from that ramp and he's starting to really distance himself now. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, stepping up his lead to 10-8. Mist holds his ground on that ramp and secures a clean win. He's fought through plenty of adversity today, coming up with an answer. Ignis is looking sharp, quickly clearing the ramp to keep the momentum firmly in his favor. Another rapid fire from the leader, leaving him in a precarious spot at 12-9. A gritty exchange of fire here, but he manages to dig deep and claw around back. Absolutely phenomenal finish. Ignis shuts the door on this series with a final burst of precision. Mist really pushed him to the limit this time, nearly erasing that huge historical deficit. He had to work for that. Havoc enters this one with an impressive 28-8 record over the last day. You know, he is carrying a huge amount of confidence into this series. The real question is if Ignis can put a stop to that run now. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to even a score. He's certainly looking comfortable against this particular opponent. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He somehow pulls it off and barely survives with a sliver of health. He's simply on fire right now, extending his lead to 3 straight. The top 8 rank is definitely making its presence felt. Another quick reaction from him to keep the surge going. He has traditionally owned this head-to-head matchup. The momentum is completely shifted now, as he strolls to a massive 5-round lead. Everything we've seen today from him has just been clinical. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to secure the round. It's a battle between the middle of the pack and the top quartile. Havoc holds a significant lead in their lifetime head-to-head record. It shows that he generally knows how to dismantle this specific opponent's style. We're seeing that dominance translate into a huge lead right now. Incredible reflex! Ignis barely survives that fight, but he manages to put Havoc down and keep this recovery alive. That's a huge shift in pressure for the leader. Havoc still holds a solid 3-round cushion. Exactly how it went down in their last encounter. We've got a 7-5 lead for Havoc going into the break. I mean, the higher rated player is firmly in the driver's seat, just as we thought he would be. Ignis is fighting back, but he's still lagging behind. Let's see if Ignis can climb back. Both players just absolutely hammered each other, but he manages to edge out the victory in a total slugfest. He really has a mental edge when playing against Ignis. Havoc is just relentless, stretching this to a 9-5 lead. Things are looking identical to that match they played on Italy. Ignis is digging deep, but Havoc still commands a 3-round gap. It's a bit of a battle of wills for the number 24 seed. Havoc holds the height on the ramp, and it's paying off with another quick win. The favorite is quickly reclaiming control of the server. Havoc is just cruising along with a 10-7 advantage. He's fighting a tough uphill battle with that ranking difference. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life in a brutal war of attrition to extend his lead. Seriously tight margins on both sides of that fight. He answers right back and puts the pressure squarely on Ignis. The momentum is staying firmly on his side. Ignis stands tall with a perfectly timed shot, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. Pure guts to get that round back in his pocket. He's showing some serious resolve now, keeping this run going with a perfectly clean shot. He's finally starting to push back against the favorite. Another clean stop for Ignis as he continues this frantic search toward a comeback. Game over! Havoc seals the victory and shuts the door on that comeback attempt. He really showed why he's the top seed today, clawing back just as the pressure hit the boiling point. What a fight! Havoc enters this match with a massive 28-8 record over the last day. He's been absolutely dominant in his recent series, and honestly, it makes the head-to-head history even more imposing. Mist needs to find an answer quickly if he wants to shake this player. Another effortless exchange for Mist, who just cannot be stopped right now. The 7th seed is looking very vulnerable early on. Unbelievable start. He's simply outclassing everything the opponent throws at him right now. Total reversal from their previous encounter on red line. He's simply not missing a beat, putting up a perfect 5-0 start. Hard to believe his long-term head-to-head dominance is missing right now. Havoc manages to claw one back, finally getting a round on the board. Mist is holding a tight lead despite having a very rough day with only 2 wins in his last 10 matches. It's interesting because that poor form usually spells disaster for him. Now he's trying to prove that his current run is a genuine shift in momentum. A clean response there to extend his lead to 6-3. The favorite is suddenly looking very uncomfortable right now. Mist is really putting the pressure on at 7-3. It's quite a contrast to the usual results we see between these two. Havoc is staying sharp and manages to hold that ramp position to keep this game close. The number 7 seed is finally starting to wake up. Mist takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely defying the script here. It is wild to see the lower rated player controlling the map like this against a top 10 opponent. Time to see if the tide turns. Mist pushes further ahead, now leading 9-4. He's fighting through a really tough stretch today. Havoc makes a quick adjustment here, punishing Mist for playing high on that ramp. A quick response to stabilize the game for a while. Mist keeps his cool, stretching that lead to 9-6. He needs this sequence to actually get back into the game. He is simply refusing to go away, taking a 3rd straight round to slice into that lead. This is exactly what the analyst expected before we started. He is simply on fire right now, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to bring the series level at 9-all. He's truly clawed back into this series. A very sharp read there to stop the momentum and nudge the score back to 10-9. Pure grit from a player who is far down in the rankings. A stunningly efficient shot puts things level, and now we have a complete deadlock at 10 apiece. Both players trade blows, but Havoc comes out on top to seize the lead. This really feels like the higher rated seed asserting control now. We've reached a dead heat. I don't think either of these two is giving an inch now. Total deadlock as they head into the final stretch. He's just relentless. That clean shot puts him in a position to end the match right here. A huge shift from where this series started. Absolute madness. Havoc closes the door with a spectacular reversal to seize the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit today, but he just couldn't close out those final moments. He had to work for that. Ignis comes in with a clear historical edge in this rivalry. It's interesting because we've seen him beat Mist in their very last meeting. He'll be looking to regain that confidence after a shaky start to the day. Mist is absolutely dominating early with a 2-0 lead. A real struggle for him today with that 13-23 record. Mist is firmly in control with that 2-1 cushion. He's definitely fighting back to prove he's the superior player here. Mist is really putting the pressure on early, building a strong cushion of his own. He's really making a statement, despite being the underdog here. Mist has practically run away with this, a 4-1 lead. The momentum has completely flipped since their previous encounter. He's just far too fast for his opponent right now, securing another win. He just cannot find an answer to this onslaught, extending his lead to 6-1. The lower rated player is just completely outclassing him here. He just isn't letting up, keeping the pressure high with another clean victory. Simply refusing to let the favorite settle back into the game. A gritty fight, but he manages to clear the Tetris and keep the hot streak alive. It's a shocking turn for the higher rated player today. That was a brutal scramble, and he somehow comes out on top to secure his 7th straight victory. Total reversal from their high-scoring clash on fast aim. The momentum stays firmly on his side as he secures another effortless victory. Mist takes a huge 11-1 lead into the break. Well, we expected the higher ranked player to carry this, but everything is going the other way. Ignis is looking completely lost right now. Ignis needs a complete reset here. A swift exchange of shots, and now Mist is just 1 point away from victory. The higher seeded player is simply refusing to let his opponent back in. Game over. Mist shuts the door with a perfectly timed shot to secure the victory. He really just tore through the competition, looking like a completely different player than he has all morning. Havoc is currently playing out of his mind with a 28-8 record over the last day. That hot streak is carrying over perfectly into this server. He's really looking for another decisive victory today. Ignis holds the lead 2-1 as we head back. The highest seed is suddenly looking very vulnerable. What a scramble! He barely walked away from that fight with his life. The higher rated player is starting to show his quality. Ignis makes quick work of that engagement from the box to tighten his grip on the series. Havoc puts the pressure back on by shutting him down from above. We're back to a dead even stalemate. The higher rated side is comfortably controlling this match. Ignis is really playing his heart out, fighting back against the odds and securing a narrow lead. Ignis really had him timed up there, clearing him off the box for a fast win. He had the historical advantage in these head-to-heads. Havoc is moving in on him now, quickly cleaning up that high ground for a tight game. He's coming into this set with that massive 5-win streak. We've hit a total deadlock, both Ignis and Havoc at 5. Looking like a man who's really comfortable on this terrain. Unreal, he barely clings to life after that brutal trade, securing his 3rd straight win from the box. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, things are going exactly as projected, with the top seed holding the advantage. That 4-round burst really helped him separate himself from Ignis. Time for a fresh start. Havoc stays in control, leading 7-6. He's really fighting an uphill battle with that lower ladder rank.
Total chaos. Now, Ignis has leveled the score.
The head-to-head history really favors the opponent here. The tide has completely turned as he secures another victory to keep his momentum soaring. Pure precision. He's simply untouchable right now, extending that win streak to 4. Absolute perfection. He's just completely taken over this map with 5 straight wins. A huge sigh of relief for Havoc as he finally breaks that streak to keep the dream alive. Still needs to dig deep to close this out. Ignis is just not letting his opponent breathe right now, forcing Havoc into a really desperate spot. Havoc is showing some serious grit here, shutting him down instantly to tighten the gap. He's just refusing to let the lead slip away, securing another quick point to stay within striking distance. A total shutdown of that engagement, leaving him in the dust. The underdog has really managed to flip the script in this one. Unbelievable. Ignis closes it out with a perfect shot to secure a victory. He just completely defied the odds to get this one over the line. Havoc really fought for every single point in that scrap. What a match. Havoc has dominated this specific rivalry for a long time, winning about 69% of their total head-to-head clashes. It's clear that psychological edge is currently carrying over into this set. Mist will need to find an answer quickly to avoid another one-sided affair. Mist is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. It's a complete turnaround after his dominant run throughout the day. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. They're both just snapping onto each other instantly. Emotion, Mist is really making a statement right now. Just picking Havoc right off the wine box's Emotion, mid. Mist keeps the momentum, pushing his lead to 4-2. Absolutely clinical, he's taking complete control of the server now. He's completely taking over the server, putting up a huge lead with 4 straight. A tough spot for the higher rated man on the ladder. A hard-fought battle that finally went in Havoc's favor to claw back around. He's looking very sharp after an impressive 27-9 run today. Mist is fighting through a rough 3-9 day overall, but he's finding his footing in this specific series. It's a huge shift in confidence given how struggled he's been in his other recent matchups. He's clearly ignoring the pressure here. Mist takes an 8-4 grip on the first half. You know, this is a total shock given the massive rating gap between these two. Havoc looked like the safe bet, but Mist is simply outplaying him right now. Time to shake things up. Mist is just ruthless, stretching it to 9-4. It's a total contrast to how the match on Blame Mappas ended. Mist is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 10-4. Havoc is refusing to go down easily, putting up a fight as we head into the final stretch. Mist maintains a solid 4-round cushion at 10-6. Havoc is showing why he's sitting in the top quartile of the ladder. Mist is putting a lot of pressure on Havoc now. Just 2 more rounds and this is over. Havoc is putting up some resistance, keeping things competitive in this series. A crucial hold for the higher rated player here. What a reaction! He takes a lead back and puts himself on the verge of victory. A lightning fast reflex from Havoc to keep himself in this fight. He's refusing to let this slip away without a fight. Another clean frame for Havoc, proving he's not going to hand this game over easily. Unbelievable. Mist closes it out with a final strike from the wine to secure the series. He really flipped the script on this rivalry today. To walk away with the win after such a long losing streak is a huge result. What a fight! Ignis owns a significant historical lead with 600 wins in their head-to-head history. The struggle here is definitely for Mist, who just dismantled him in their very last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if this early lead builds back into that long-term dominance. He's just putting on a show right now, taking a commanding lead to start the match. The two of them are nearly identical on the ladder right now. This was a long tension-filled fight, but he manages to close it out with a perfect health bar. Mist is certainly feeling the pressure after that 13-9 victory over Havoc. He's simply not letting up, moving to a perfect 5-round start. His recent 12-23 run today makes this start look even more impressive. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing a perfect start to this contest. He's really making a statement after that tough loss to Mist recently. A total shutout so far as he controls the ramp for another round. Looking very sharp compared to those 4 losses Mist has recently tallied. Finally, Mist gets a point on the board with a clean trade. A tight gap between these two on the ladder. Unreal, he claws back a victory on the ramp, surviving by a mere sliver of health. Man, he's just refusing to go down today. Ignis is just too fast today, putting out a quick burst from the ramp to keep a huge cushion. Both of these players are fighting from the middle of the pack. Mist has really struggled over the last day, coming in with a 4-9 record. That lack of confidence is starting to show in his movements. I wonder if he can find any answer to stop this run. Ignis goes into the break with a 9-3 advantage. Everything is playing out exactly as we predicted. He's simply crushing this set, largely thanks to that fierce 7-round streak he put together early on. Time to see if Mist resets. Mist picks up a round to make it 9-4. That second consecutive take proves the first one wasn't a fluke. He's proving he can hold his own against the favorite. Ignis moves to 10-4 and stays firmly in control. Quick response to shut that down immediately. Both players fighting for that same space, but Ignis just has the better reaction time. The rating gap between them is minimal, but he's definitely the one in form. Mist is staying aggressive and managed to take him right off that toolbox. The underdog is certainly showing a bit of grit here. Absolute perfection, he's just a single round away from closing this out. He's making it look very easy today. A hard-fought exchange on the ramp, and Mist finally comes out on top. A tough break for the favorite to concede that round. Game over. He seals the deal with a quick burst to take the win. He completely turned the tide from their previous meeting, proving he's still the one to beat in this rivalry. Havoc has won nearly 60% of their head-to-head encounters overall, but it's hard to see that historical edge paying off right now. Ignis is definitely coming in with confidence after taking their most recent clash between the two. Ignis is rolling now with a commanding 2-1 lead. The 9th seed needs ninth. We're seeing a real back and forth exchange here. Neither of these two can quite pull away from the other. Ignis holds a narrow 3-2 lead as we reset. It's been a much tougher day for the favorite so far. Ignis is really starting to run away with this 4-2. A very surprising start for the player currently ranked 9th. Unreal, he barely survives that brawl on the ramp, clamping down on a 3rd straight win. He's definitely not playing like a top 10 seed right now. He's not going away quietly, finding a way to push back into this set. He's showing why he entered as the slight favorite today. Ignis is just far too comfortable with those angles right now, really controlling the tempo of this match. His target's 27-9 record today hasn't quite translated to a lead. Havoc puts on the show from the ramp, refusing to let this gap widen any further. That was an incredibly quick exchange to get the momentum back. The resilience is showing as he secures another clean win to keep this close. Both of those clashes were incredibly brief. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is far from how we expected this to go, with Havoc being the top 10 seed. The underdog is definitely putting a lot of pressure on the favorite here. He manages to secure a messy exchange, staying alive to keep this contest tight. He's proving he belongs in that upper tier of the ladder. Ignis is leaning on a high level of consistency today, and he's really making the most of his current 8-round total. It's interesting because Havoc has the better 24-hour record, but he just can't find that same flow. If Havoc doesn't shut this down quickly, he might be in serious trouble. Whoa, what a scrap on the ramp. Havoc barely comes out alive to even the score at 8-8. Absolutely chaotic pacing as this series completely resets. Ignis jumps back ahead, reclaiming a 9-8 advantage. The higher rated player is really struggling to maintain a hold here. Ignis strikes again, pulling further ahead at 10-8. Coming off that tough loss against Mist, he's really finding his footing now. Havoc just outdueled his opponent right there on the ramp, refusing to let the lead slip further. He really tightened things up to stop that slide. Ignis is just barely keeping his nose ahead in this series. A huge shift from their normal history together. A tight skirmish, but he manages to secure the edge and move to match point. He's really hammering home the advantage right now. Absolutely clinical. He shuts everything down with one final shot to seal the victory. He really broke that head-to-head curse today, a massive shift in momentum that just didn't stop. Havoc has the dominant edge in this rivalry, winning nearly 70% of their encounters. However, Mist actually took the last head-to-head meeting. It means the favorite is starting from behind in a series where he usually controls the pace. Mist is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Mist is really starting to find a gap in the defense here. Havoc just cannot seem to get a footing. Mist is simply run away right now, leading 4-1. He's really struggled to close out his games today. Absolute control from Mist, extending the gap to 5 rounds as he remains completely untouchable. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending the win streak to 4. A sharp reaction from Havoc to finally get a round back. The high-rated player is finally starting to fight back. Havoc has been incredible today with 27 wins already. It's just a complete reversal of form compared to how he's playing this specific series. It's almost like he's forgotten how to deal with Mist. Mist keeps the momentum strong, pulling out to 7-4. A nice push by the higher rated competitor. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we expected the higher ranked player to run away with this, but Mist is totally ignoring the script. He's making the 11th seed look very human right now. Let's see if the roles reverse. Havoc claws one back, cutting the lead to 8-5. He's definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses. A total shutout as he continues this resurgence, proving he's not going down without a fight. The comeback is getting serious as he manages to secure another round. The higher-ranked competitor is finally staring down a very winnable game. Absolutely unbelievable. He's wiped out a huge deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. He is simply not stopping. That's a 5th consecutive round for the comeback king. The odds definitely look correct now. Mist answers back to bring the score even. It's a total toss-up now going into the final stretch. Mist grabs the lead back, edging ahead 10-9. Mist really seems to have the mental edge today. What a scramble! He clings to a sliver of health to force this deadlock at 10-all. That was a nail-biter of a finish. Havoc finds the opening and manages to pick him off the ramp, taking a slender 1-round lead. He's really making the most of these clean opening picks. We are completely locked in now. Neither side is giving an inch as they head into the final stretch. He just shuts that door completely, putting himself a single round away from victory. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to take the map. He's really gone on a tear against the top seeds today. Just an incredible result for the underdog. What a fight! Ignis leads the head-to-head record with a significant 601-377 lead. It's interesting to see him starting slow when he's already taking a lot of games from this opponent. We have to see if those historical numbers hold up today. Mist is cruising along with a 2-1 lead. He's really putting that recent form to the test. The momentum has completely shifted. Ignis is looking sharp and has quickly wiped away that early deficit. Unbelievable, Mist barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health left. Both of these guys have been grinding all day long. Mist holds a commanding 4-2 lead heading into this. The lower ranked player is looking very comfortable right now. He secures another one from the ramp, putting a firm grip on this series. Ignis answers back, showing plenty of grit to claw his way closer. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite to find another gear. Ignis has clearly been the better player throughout their career. It's surprising to see him struggle here after just taking a dominant win from Mist in their last meeting today. I wonder if he can get his head back in the game before the gap grows too wide. What a fight! Both players were nearly out of health, but Mist manages to survive that chaos. Slightly lower on the ladder, but he's playing the role perfectly. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total reversal of the script. The underdog is playing incredibly well, making the top-rated player look very vulnerable right now. He answers right back with a lightning-fast flick to keep this rally going. The pace is picking up as he starts to close the gap. He's absolutely locked in now, forcing a deadlock in this series. The pressure is really on for that top-tier skill to take over now. Mist keeps the upper hand by taking control from the ramp. Both players are clearly feeling the fatigue after a long day of games. What a brawl! Ignis survives by a hair to even the score. A total reset of the board at this point. Absolute precision. He stays unscathed in a rapid exchange to take a 1-round lead. He takes both shots and still manages to come out on top, continuing a fierce run of form. A completely clean sequence here, putting a halt to the forward momentum. A really tight clash, considering their identical standings in the top half. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 10 apiece. Both of these players are staying surprisingly consistent today. He secures a huge advantage by striking from the ramp, showing real tenacity to reclaim the lead. He's finally starting to play like the higher-seeded man. Wow, what a scramble. Mist just barely edges out that brutal shootout to bring the tally level. Neither player is giving an inch in this deadlock. Heart-stopping scene. He barely survives the trade, but manages to clinch a critical match point. The fight from the boxes was absolutely grueling. Unbelievable. Ignis closes the door on this series with an incredible comeback victory. He really pushed him to the limit this time, proving those previous head-to-head numbers aren't as scary as they look. He had to dig deep. What a fight! Havoc holds a significant historical advantage with an 894 to 635 lead in their head-to-head matchups. He's looking to capitalize on that psychological edge right now after coming in with a strong 26-10 record today. We'll see if Ignis can disrupt that momentum. He shuts that down fast, picking Ignis right off the box to keep the streak going. A lightning-fast reaction from Ignis to put up a fight. He definitely didn't look like the underdog in that exchange. Havoc is just dominating this set, leading 4-1. A strong return to form after that rough stretch earlier today. Havoc is just cruising now with a 5-1 lead. The rating gap is certainly showing himself right now. He's just too sharp right now, pushing the lead to 6. It's been a tough stretch for him lately after those 3 straight losses earlier. Good grief, what a scramble. Ignis barely edges this one out after an absolute brawl. A shaky start for the number 12 seed. Ignis managed to take a game in their most recent encounter, but that's a distant memory compared to the way this specific series is playing out. He's essentially mirroring his dominant run from earlier today, putting a massive amount of pressure on Ignis to find an answer fast. Havoc is firmly in control with an 8-3 cushion. He's definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses. Havoc goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Ignis just needs to find some more consistency to close this gap. Let's see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis is climbing back, narrowing this gap to 5-8. It's impressive to see him keep this energy after such a long day. He's not backing down now, putting together a second straight round to narrow that deficit. It's a complete flip from how these two usually trade blow. Havoc still keeps a 3-round lead at 9-6. The 12-12 seed is refusing to let this slip away. Havoc is still sitting pretty with a 10-6 advantage. He's definitely proving why he sits in that top quartile. Unreal! He clawed his way back from the edge to barely survive that exchange. He's definitely showing that confidence from his 3 recent wins. A total shutdown there. He's continuing this surge to keep the pressure on Havoc. The sheer speed of that trade was incredible. Havoc needed that response to keep the momentum from swinging too far back in the other direction. The number 12 seed is effectively shutting the door on this comeback. And that's a huge answer from Havoc, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. That was a brutal exchange, but Ignis manages to secure the edge and keep the dream alive. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite to seal this. Pure efficiency from Ignis here, securing another round to keep his hopes alive. Absolute precision there from Havoc to close out the series and secure the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit there, showing some unbelievable grit in those clutch moments. He's going to be gutted by that one. What a fight. Havoc is walking into this as the heavy favorite with a dominant lifetime record of 409 wins over Mist. It's a stark contrast to the current scoreline where Mist is fighting for any momentum. We have to see if the underdog can actually flip the script today. Havoc holds the lead at 2-1, putting the pressure on. The 11 ranked player is starting to feel the heat. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. We're seeing rounds wrap up in under 2 seconds. Mist is playing a really aggressive game, keeping his lead on the high ground to claw back into this series. We are all square now at 3-all. The underdog is looking scary sharp right now. Absolutely nail-biting exchange there. He barely walks away from that fight. He's been outperforming almost everyone in the league today. Havoc is putting on a clinical display today with a 27-10 record in the last day, and honestly that confidence is showing in how he's handling these early rounds. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace or if Mist manages to find a way back into the match. That's a fourth straight for Havoc, who completely shuts down any hope of a comeback. He's just untouchable right now, picking the opposition of the Tetris to reach a 5-round tear. Havoc takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and it's exactly what we expected to see from the top-seeded player. I mean, he's simply too consistent for Mist to handle right now. Time for a fresh start. Havoc is just not letting Mist settle into a groove here, shutting him down even from the high ground. He is playing exactly like a top quartile seed should. Havoc just keeps pulling away, sitting pretty at 9. A tough day so far with 5 wins in his last 16. Havoc is just cruising at 10 now. His recent form shows he's definitely in better shape than his opponent. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange with a tiny sliver of health remaining. He shuts him down from the box and puts himself on match point. His overall head-to-head advantage is really starting to feel oppressive. A sudden spark for Mist, who just managed to hold his ground and get the better of the favorite. Game over. Havoc shuts the door with a perfect final round to claim the victory. A totally one-sided affair from start to finish. He's really continuing that incredible run he's been on all day. Mist reacts faster to catch Ignis coming off the ramp for an early lead. A total stalemate so far. These two are essentially mirroring each other's movement perfectly. Ignis has absolutely haunted this rivalry, winning 61% of their career encounters, and coming off a win against him just moments ago, he seems to have the psychological edge. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find any way to break that trend. Mist clears the ramp with a perfect shot to keep this close. Mist is fighting hard to bridge the gap between them in the ladder. Ignis is just slightly too quick today, taking control of the tempo while holding that ramp height. He is playing with much more confidence after that last match. Ignis holds a narrow lead as we head into round 8. Both players have really struggled against Havoc today. Mist is really finding his stride right now, taking control of the server as he climbs back into the lead. He's just totally overwhelmed right now, picking up another easy point to move ahead. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. He just completely shuts him down from that window to secure another point. A huge turn of events for the underdog here. Ignis just barely secures a response, knocking him right off those boxes. We've got a 7-5 lead for Mist heading into the break. I mean, it's a real shocker seeing him on top here, given how often Ignis has dominated their head-to-head. He's pushing the pace and playing like a man possessed. Time to swap sides. Mist is really putting on the pressure, using that ramp height to extend his lead. He's definitely showing that he belongs in the top 30. Mist has managed to push his winning streak to 3 rounds in this set. And seeing how he's consistently won the last few exchanges, the pressure is really starting to mount on the favorite. If he can keep this run going, we might be looking at a genuine upset. Ignis answers back immediately with a lightning-fast reaction. Mist is just too sharp today, managing to outplay Ignis even when the latter had the height advantage. These two are just trading blows back and forth, refusing to let the other get any real momentum. He certainly fought better in his previous bouts today. Ignis is starting to claw back into this, securing another point from the ramp. We're seeing a mirrored result from the last meeting on Matas. Unreal, Ignis refuses to back down, putting together a 3-round surge to stay in the fight. Mist puts a stop to that momentum, taking Ignis right off the ramp to put himself 1 away from victory. He is playing with a level of precision we rarely see from him. What a finish! He closes it out with one last strike from the ramp to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered most to shake off that history of losses. Talk about a huge confidence boost, hard-fought win. Havoc starts strong with that fast reaction from the wine. Havoc enters this match with an impressive 26-10 record over the last day. I mean, he's clearly carrying a lot of confidence into these opening rounds. The question now is if Ignis can actually find some stability and put up a fight. Havoc is dominating here, leading 3-1. The higher ranked player is definitely showing out early here. Ignis is really struggling to get his footing here, and it's starting to look like we're seeing that historical head-to-head advantage play out. He's just too fast right now, securing another one to pull away further. The top quartile ranking is starting to show here. A complete shutdown here as he continues to steamroll through the opposition. Finally, Ignis claws one back to stay in the game. He's got the historical edge on this specific map. Havoc is really capitalizing on the psychological edge here since he won their most recent duel on the Dunes map. It's clear that momentum is continuing to stack in his favor. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to disrupt this rhythm before it's too late. Another quick burst from Havoc to keep this streak alive as we head toward the half. That was another lightning fast stop. Havoc holds a commanding 9-3 lead as we switch sides. Honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. His superior rank is translating into a huge advantage, and he's making this look easy. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis grabs another, but Havoc still holds a 9-4 cushion. He's showing a bit more grit after that tough loss to Havoc earlier today. Havoc is just cruising now, staring down a 10-4 lead. Quick reflex there to firmly reclaim control. It's getting incredibly difficult for Ignis to mount any kind of comeback with Havoc playing this consistently. Havoc secures the kill from the wine, bringing himself to the brink of victory. He's really putting on a clinic today. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a total shutout to claim the series. He just completely outclassed him today, making it look like they've never even met on this map before. Havoc has historically owned this matchup with a 69% win rate. It's a huge mountain for Mist to climb given how often he's fallen to his opponent. We'll see if he can actually turn the tide today. Deadlock at 1 apiece. Mist is fighting back. Mist is now in the driver's seat at 2-1. Things are heating up quickly. We've got a total toss-up on our hands right now. Mist pushes ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. Havoc claws back to level the playing field at 3-3. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite as Havoc strings a few together. Absolute deadlock again as we head into round 9. Havoc regains the edge, leading 5-4. What a fight! He survives by a hair to bring the lead back to 2. Mist is narrowing the gap, now trailing 5-6. We're all squared up at 6-6, and honestly Mist is doing a great job of defying the odds. This has been way more competitive than the 69% head-to-head win rate suggests. Havoc takes a slender 1-round advantage, 7-6. Mist just caught him completely out of position on the ramp to claw back into this. Mist surges back into the lead, 8-7. He's completely taking over this half, marking his 3rd straight victory. He's absolutely cruising through this, securing another effortless point. A huge answer from Havoc, completely shutting him down to keep this fight alive. Mist is really putting the pressure on now. He's just 2 rounds away from a massive victory. Another huge win from the ramp, putting Mist just a single round away from victory. Havoc answers back quickly with a sharp shot to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to seal the victory. To pull that off against a guy who usually dominates him is just impressive. He really stepped up today. What a match. unbelievable. Mist barely survives a brutal shootout from the ramp to take the lead. Ignis really holds the historical advantage here with a 61% win rate over Mist. That dominance is backed up by their most recent encounter where Ignis came out on top. Now the question is whether he can keep the pressure high. What a scramble. Ignis barely closed his way out of that disaster to tie it up. Both of them are fighting hard to shake off some recent losses. Ignis had no trouble clearing Mist off that ramp to extend his lead. He's looking to bounce back after those tough losses to Havoc. Absolute precision. He simply deletes Mist from that ramp to take control of the match. He's playing with a lot more confidence after that close win on Mapas. Mist secures the exchange from the ramp to close the gap. He's definitely fighting the uphill battle as the underdog here. We've got a dead heat with things locked at 4-4. The momentum is swinging as the lower rated player takes charge. Ignis reacts quickly to pull Mist right off that ramp, keeping his lead as we head toward the break. He has managed a decent run today despite a tough start. Pure chaos now as Mist forces a 5-all stalemate. Both are having a tough time managing their records today. Ignis holds a slim edge as we enter round 11. He's bounced back quickly from those 2 losses to Havoc. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as the ranking suggested. He's maintaining his composure, but Mist is still very much in the game. Time to see how they adjust. Ignis has got a very strong handle on this matchup with 602 historical wins over Mist, and honestly seeing him build his lead right now shows he's really capitalizing on that psychological edge. It'll be tough for Mist to claw back from this spot. Ignis doesn't let that ramp position get any value out of Mist, extending the lead even further. A really solid performance from the higher rated man so far. Ignis is really running away with this, leading 10-6. He's really starting to distance himself here. Mist just clawed back. 1, but Ignis still leads 10-7. A wild way to close out that round. A sneaky play like that really catches you off guard. He's really putting the pressure on now, just making those plays happen one after another. He's really shaking off those early losses to Havoc. Mist is really making this a fight. He's refused to just let this match slip away. The gap between these two on the ladder is barely anything. A completely clean shot, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. This is exactly the result we expected from the higher seeded player. Mist manages to hold his ground from the ramp, preventing a quick finish. A huge reset to keep the fight going. He just keeps fighting, delivering a perfect sequence to keep himself in this match. A huge mental test now for the man who entered as the favorite. What a finish! Ignis shuts the door with a perfect shot to take the victory. He really had to dig deep to secure that one. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a fight! Havoc really owns this specific head-to-head matchup, having taken most of their career clashes. That historical edge seems to be fueling his confidence today, especially since he's coming off a very strong morning. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can flip the script here. Havoc's now firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. That really takes some of the pressure off the number 23 seed. Havoc is really starting to pile on the pressure here, making it very difficult for Ignis to get any footing. That gap in the ratings really starts to show. Ignis holds the high ground perfectly, taking the duel from the ramp to keep things tight. Havoc is just too quick from the Tetris, and now he's starting to put some real distance between them. Ignis managed to punish that high position, and now the score is virtually dead even. Despite the rank difference, Ignis is refusing to back down. Total deadlock now. Ignis and Havoc are neck and neck. Coming off a solid 13-10 result against Mist earlier today, Havoc regains a narrow edge, leading 5-4. His strong 25 and 11 record today is definitely showing. Havoc has a stark historical advantage with that 59% win rate over his opponent, and honestly seeing him stack up these rounds right now suggests he's firmly in control. We have to see if Ignis can find a way to break this momentum. Havoc takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly this is exactly how we expected the match to start. That 4-round streak proved why he's rated so much higher than Ignis. Time for a total reset. Havoc is dominating, pushing the tally to 9-4. Purely a question of confidence for the higher rated player. Unbelievable! Ignis manages to claw out a victory from the ramp, barely surviving that trade. He's showing a lot more resolve than he did in their last meeting. Havoc is just ruthlessly efficient, extending his lead to 10-5. Ignis hasn't seen a lot of success lately against this opponent. Havoc is just too sharp, quickly picking off Ignis while holding that ramp position. He's nearly there. A quick burst secures that victory, putting him on the precipice of the match. He's really playing like the favorite we expected him to be. And there it is, Havoc puts it all away with a final burst to secure the match. He just completely outclassed the field here, barely giving the other guy a chance to breathe. That gap in skill was obvious. Havoc has historically controlled this rivalry, winning nearly 70% of their encounters. It's a heavy psychological edge to carry into a match, and honestly, you can see that confidence in the way he's starting today. He'll want to use this lead to put the pressure back on Mist. He is simply too fast right now, moving to a commanding 3-round lead. The top quartile experience is definitely showing. And he answers back. Mist shows some real grit to keep this contest within reach. That one felt like soon he'll be knocking on the door. He's really digging in now, picking up another fast round to close the gap. He's definitely shaking off those nerves now. Havoc still holds a sturdy 2-round cushion here. He's been absolutely on fire today with a 26-10 record. Mist has really struggled lately, coming in with a 6-13 record over the last day. That lack of confidence is starting to show as he falls further behind. He'll need to find a way to break this momentum quickly if he wants to stay in the match. Havoc takes control from the ramp and keeps this hot streak going. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Absolutely crushing it now. He just shuts everything down with another perfect round. He's just not letting up, extending the streak to 6 as we approach the midway mark. It's 10-2 in favor of Havoc. We're seeing exactly what we expected from the higher seed. Honestly, that 7-round tier completely took the wind out of Mist's sails. Let's see if Mist can awaken. Mist is fighting a steep uphill battle at 310. He managed to find a narrow window to secure that one. A very fast exchange to secure that round. Havoc is just too consistent. He is putting an absolute stranglehold on this series. The gap in the ladder is simply too wide right now. He shuts that door quickly, putting himself on the brink of victory. He's truly making a statement with this performance. A total shutdown of the round by Mist, refusing to let Havoc close this out just yet. A gutsy way to force the tension back into the air. He keeps the surprising surge alive, knocking the opponent right off the ramp. The momentum is shifting, even if the scoreboard doesn't show it yet. He's on a roll now, refusing to let the match end without a fight. This is a complete reversal of the projected outcome. And there it is, a rapid final shot closes the series and secures the victory for Havoc. Just a different class of play on display. He looked completely untouchable on orange today. Ignis really owns this specific rivalry, holding a historical lead over these many games. It's a massive sample size, but the mental edge definitely seems to stay with Ignis today. We have to see if Mist can break that pattern. Ignis is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Expectations were high for the favorite, but things are tightening up. Mist is quickly flipping the script here, matching the early aggression to even things up. The rating gap doesn't seem to be helping Ignis at all right now. He is just not letting up. That's 3 straight for Mist. A total reversal of the trend we saw earlier today. Ignis answers back instantly, bringing the tally back to a dead heat. Mist has a very steep hill to climb today after that tough 6-14 run. Mist takes the lead, putting Ignis on the defensive. Just trying to keep the pace high against a tough opponent. Ignis had no trouble finding him there, just quickly cleaning him off that box. Ignis claws back a slim lead, pushing it to 5-4. He's looking very comfortable against the ranked 27 seed right now. He just shuts everything down, snatching that win right off the box to keep the momentum shifting. A clean exchange here as Mist picks up the pace before the break. He just managed to claw back some control here. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is doing exactly what we expected. Both players had a 3-round run at some point, but the higher ranked seed is managing the pace better overall. Side swapping, let's get back in. Ignis is putting on a clinic right now, simply refusing to let Mist get any breathing room. He's continuing that trend from their previous meeting today. He walks away completely unscathed, proving that he's not shaking off this deficit easily. He's clearly trying to prove he belongs in that top tier. Ignis has stayed remarkably consistent with a 15-20 record today, and that steady hand is which makes this particular lead feel so secure. He's simply absorbing the pressure and converting those high leverage moments. Now it's just a matter of whether Mist has an answer for that composure. He refuses to buckle under the pressure, picking up another round to tighten this gap. It's getting tough for the higher rated player to secure a comfortable lead. Unbelievable. He's fully wiped the slate clean, bringing the series back to a dead heat. He's absolutely on fire, claiming another round to keep this surge moving. He's really starting to outclass the favorite's expected performance. Ignis puts a stop to that run by fighting back from the box, squaring things up at 10-10. This puts the pressure squarely back on the lower seed. Ignis is really starting to pull ahead here, making the most of this recent momentum. He's playing with an enormous amount of confidence right now. He is simply unstoppable right now, moving within striking distance of the victory. What a finish! Ignis secures the match with a dominant closeout. Mist really pushed him to the brink there, but he just couldn't close the door. He had to work for that. Havoc has an impressive 26-10 record over the last day. That high energy start is exactly what you expect from a player who has dominated the head-to-head history here. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can close the gap. Ignis completely shuts him down on the ramp, keeping this early game tight. He's shown a bit more grit than the last meeting today. A deadlock at 2, all things are heating up. He's fighting from a ranking deficit today. He secures another one from the ramp, fully taking over this match. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure here. A lightning fast response from Havoc to bring the series back to a draw. Havoc really makes the most of that height advantage, putting the pressure back on Ignis. The higher rated man looks entirely too comfortable here. He's completely in control now, stringing together 3 straight to widen that gap. A tough spot for someone coming off a 16-19 stretch today. He just wipes him right off the window, extending that lead to 6. It's a rough time to be digging into a hole like that. Absolute precision. He is simply too fast for Ignis right now. That top quartile ranking is making a huge difference right now. A solid response from Ignis, picking him off the toolbox to narrow the gap. A nice little momentum shift for the underdog. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the top seed is playing his part today. While Ignis managed to claw back a few rounds, everything is currently unfolding just as the stats predicted. Time to swap sides. Havoc holds a strong position on the bricks to quickly shut that comeback attempt down. An aggressive style that often puts him in the driver's seat. Havoc is playing that angle on the planks perfectly and is really starting to separate himself here. That was a clean execution to keep the momentum swinging. Ignis reads him perfectly, catching Havoc completely out of position on those planks. Looking for some redemption after that tough loss in their last meeting. Havoc quickly shuts him down on the ramp, extending his lead to 4. He's certainly playing like the favorite in this series. Havoc is making this look way too easy, just stepping on the gas at the perfect time. He's really asserting himself as the stronger player today. That is a complete shutdown. He's now just a single round away from victory. The gap is just too wide for him to climb now. What a way to close it out. He secures the final kill and claims the victory. He's really continuing that hot run he's been on today. And honestly, he just looks completely untouchable on this map. Havoc clearly owns this particular matchup with a historical win rate of 69%. That dominance is really showing through today, especially since he's already secured the blowout victory against Mist in their previous meeting. Let's see if Mist can actually disrupt that trend. Havoc is just relentless, putting Mist down by 1. He's definitely looking for some stability after starting his day 6-15. Havoc is looking incredibly sharp right now, simply out-dueling Mist from that ramp position. Havoc is just playing flawlessly from the high ground, really putting the pressure on Mist right now. The gap in ranking is starting to feel quite wide. A totally clean exchange as Mist refuses to back down. He needs this spark to keep his hopes alive. A sheer display of skill as he puts together another win, narrowing this gap significantly. Unbelievable. Mist has completely turned the tide, evening the score at 4-4 with that huge surge. The underdog is making this a total toss-up right now. Absolutely incredible. He just clears him off that ramp and takes full control of the map. This is getting precarious for the favorite. Havoc answers back immediately, bringing the score level at 5-5. The skill differential is apparent though, the score remains dead even. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but Havoc barely clings to life to take the edge here. We head into the break with Havoc leading 7-5, and honestly this is exactly the kind of struggle we expected to see. Mist is fighting hard, but the higher seed is just holding a steady lead. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc has been on a tear today with 27 wins across his matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right into this series. He's just completely outclassed everything in his path so far. Havoc is pulling far ahead now, sitting at 9-5. The skill difference is starting to surface as the game slips away. Mist is hanging in there, trailing 6-9. A tough spot for the number 28 seed to climb out of. He's finding a second win, stacking up 2 straight to keep the pressure mounting. He's finally starting to look comfortable in this server. Havoc extends his cushion, pushing it to a 10-7 lead. His recent form has been night and day compared to the opponent. A quick response from Mist, who is refusing to let this series slip away. This is a scary turnaround for the favorite. He outduels Havoc right there on the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. The pressure is really starting to mount on the favorite now. Havoc is really showing his teeth here, refusing to let that momentum shift stay with Mist for long. Oh my word, he barely survives that brutal exchange, walking away with a tiny sliver of health to reach match point. Insane how he keeps dancing on the edge of defeat. What a response! Mist is refusing to go quietly, shutting that door fast to keep this fight going. Absolute perfection to close it out. Havoc seals the deal and takes home the victory. Mist put up a hell of a fight, but those low health scrambles just didn't go his way. He had to work for every single point. What a fight! Ignis holds a huge advantage in the head-to-head, having won 62% of their previous encounters. This is making the early deficit feel even more surprising given his overall superiority. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually push this one far. Ignis is just starting to pull away at 2-1. He's looking confident after that 13-10 win over Mist earlier today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing 3 straight. A quick response here to get back into the game. The underdog is definitely fighting for his life here. And we are deadlocked at 3 apiece. The rank 29 player is really stepping up right now. Ignis regains a slender lead, moving ahead 4-3. A clean response from the favorite to keep things close. Ignis has had a tough run today, ending up with a 15-19 record over the last 24 hours. It seems like he's really relying on his historical dominance over Mist to steady the ship. If he can maintain this pace, he'll avoid another losing day. Mist is refusing to go down quietly, chipping away at that lead. He needs to keep this energy if he wants to flip the script. Another effortless round for Mist, who's really clawing his way back into this match. Total shift in momentum for this series. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favored player is in the driver's seat just as we anticipated. Mist is keeping this close, but the momentum is firmly on the side of the higher seed. Time to see if Mist can rally. Ignis is pulling away again, extending it to 8-5. His opponent is struggling to find any answers today. Ignis is really dominating now, pushing his lead to 9-5. Mist just needs a few more rounds like that to put some real pressure on this game. He's had a brutal day with that 6-16 record. Ignis is cruising along now with a 10-6 cushion. He's definitely looking like the stronger player today. Mist grabs one back, narrowing it to 10-7. He's showing some surprising grit despite that poor run of form. Ignis is keeping things tight here, ensuring Mist can't string too many rounds together. That was a total shutdown to put the pressure back on, and now Ignis is sitting on match point. Absolute chaos in this final fight, but Ignis digs deep to seal the match victory. That's another victory in the books for him, and he's really starting to build some serious momentum after a rough start to his day. Havoc has an impressive 27-9 record over the last day. He's clearly carrying a lot of momentum into this series. It's a strong start for the higher rated player, and Ignis needs to shut that down early. Havoc is running away with this, leading 2-1. His historical lead in this matchup is starting to show. These matches are ending almost instantly. Havoc is just too fast right now. What a scramble. He barely scrapes by that exchange and extends his lead to 4-1. A really dominant run from the higher ranked man so far. And he responds immediately. Ignis secures a perfect round to narrow the gap. He definitely has the skill to handle the pressure here. Another fast snap for him, refusing to let the lead slide away. Ignis is putting on a serious fight back here. Ignis actually holds the statistical edge on this map with a 52% win rate. So yeah, the real question is whether he can translate that historical comfort into a comeback here. Havoc's comfortably ahead now, sitting on a 6-3 cushion. That's exactly how their last encounter on Fast Aim ended. A total shutdown. He's completely taken over the momentum now. The gap in ladder rating is really showing through right now. He's completely shut the door on any comeback attempt, moving into the break with 4 straight. He is putting on a total masterclass today. Havoc holds a huge 9-3 advantage. This is exactly the kind of start we expected from him today. He just looks a step ahead, and Ignis is really struggling to get any footing. Time for a fresh start. Havoc is just relentless, cruising at 10-3. A total lockdown by the top 10 talent here. Ignis is just completely adrift right now. He's got to find an answer soon, or this is going to be a wrap. This is just a repeat of their clash on Fast Aim. Ignis holds his ground from the blue and secures another one for himself. He's fighting for every bit of ground he can get right now. Unbelievable. He barely escapes with his life. And now he's just 1 round away from victory. Absolutely breathless finish to that encounter. Absolute perfection to close it out. Havoc secures the map with a total shutdown. Just a completely one-sided affair from start to finish. Ignis simply couldn't find any answers for that level of precision today. Havoc enters this series with a staggering 27-9 record over the last day. It's a massive contrast to Mist's recent struggles. We have to see if the heavy favorite can shake off this slow start. Mist is currently holding a narrow lead over Havoc. This is a bold look for the rank 29 player. Havoc really knows how to utilize those height advantages to keep the pressure high. Mist just barely keeps his nose ahead at 3-2. It is a surprisingly tough day for the number 8 seed. Mist is just dominating right now, extending to 4-2. Absolutely flawless. He's just too fast for the favorite right now. The odds for this series aren't playing out at all. Havoc is showing some real grit here, taking a clean round to keep the gap manageable. The gap in the rankings is starting to feel irrelevant. He is shutting the door on a potential runaway, putting the pressure right back on Mist. He's starting to look like that heavy favorite we expected. He has completely erased the deficit, leveling the scoreboard for the first time since the start. The momentum has completely shifted, and he is just relentlessly picking up rounds now. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. It's a total toss-up right now. The underdog is refusing to back down, despite Havoc owning a 69% historical win rate in this pairing. Fresh start for both of them. Mist reclaims a slight edge, pushing the tally to 7-6. He's showing a lot of resilience considering those recent losses today. The comeback is fully underway as he ties this series up at 7-7. That was a quick response to stay in the driver's seat. Mist is really punishing those mistakes and using that height to his advantage right now. A huge result considering he's currently fighting a bit of a slump. Both players fought for the high ground, but Havoc outdueled him to tie the series at 8-8. Mist just clawed back into a one-round lead. A massive shift from how things looked in their last encounter. Mist has a 51% win rate on this map, and he's really starting to make that work in his favor. It's a surprising turn of events since he usually struggles so much against Havoc. He's just a few rounds away from pulling off a massive victory. Havoc secures another point by picking him off the box, bringing the series back to a deadlock. He is simply refusing to let this slip, putting together a 3-round streak to take control. Just a glimpse of the raw power he showed all day. Unreal. He is just completely in control now, standing on the verge of victory. Absolutely untouchable, Havoc completes the climb to secure the map in a stunning fashion. He just wouldn't let the momentum swing back, showing why he's currently on such a tear today. Mist really put up a fight. What a grind! Ignis holds a massive 62% head-to-head advantage over Mist across their long history. It's surprising to see the stronger player start on the back foot. We have to see if he can recover his composure early. Ignis is starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. Mist is really struggling to find a win today. Everything is perfectly balanced right now. It's a total toss-up moving into the next round. It's a complete deadlock for now despite the ranking gap. Ignis is just one step ahead at 3-2. The higher seed is starting to look comfortable out there. Mist has fought back to a dead heat at 3-3. He's fighting through a rough stretch after that 6-loss slide lately. Mist is putting the pressure on, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold the ramp. A surprising turn, especially since he's the lower rated player here. The momentum has completely flipped as the underdog secures his third straight round. Tough spot for the higher seed to be in. He steps up with a perfect exchange to keep things close. That's a better look for the ranked 23 player. And we're back to a stalemate at 5 apiece. That's a much needed response after that rough game against Havoc. Mist finally claims the lead, edging ahead 6-5. A big shift from the result we saw in their last meeting. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, it's a very close start, but Ignis is keeping things steady despite that early push from Mist. I'll be watching if the ranked 23 player can take control now. Let's see who blinks first. Mist just takes a narrow 7-6 command here. He's really shaking off the dust from that terrible loss streak. Ignis answers back, and we're tied up at 7-all. The number 30 player is definitely putting up a fight. Ignis is starting to stack up the wins, and the pressure is really mounting for Mist now. Another clutch play by Ignis to bring us level at 8-8. The odds were definitely in his opponent's favor today. Ignis regains the edge, moving a step ahead at 9-8. The favorite is starting to assert his dominance. We are seeing some credibly fast exchanges in this set. It's barely taken any time at all to settle these rounds. Neither player is letting the other breathe right now. Mist claws back into a 1-round lead. That was a blistering exchange to close it out. A total reset as Ignis and Mist sit tied at 10. That's a much tighter battle than their usual encounters. Ignis is starting to put together a real run here as the match reaches its final stages. He's really cementing the gap we saw in their previous meeting. He punishes him from the ramp and now sits on match point. He's looking absolutely locked in right now. A huge save there for Mist to keep himself in the game. What a relief for him to get back on the board. Absolutely stunning. He shuts it down right there to close out the series. He really dug deep for that one, barely surviving a couple of those trades. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Havoc has a clear historic edge here, winning nearly 60% of their total encounters. It's a psychological advantage that seems to be playing a role right now. We just have to see if Ignis can shake that memory from their last head-to-head. Incredible! He claws back the advantage in a frantic trade, barely surviving that exchange. We're all square at 2 apiece as they reset. Ignis takes the lead now, pushing ahead 3-2. A tough spot for Havoc, who's otherwise been flawless in his recent sets. Havoc is making the most of these quick exchanges, keeping the pressure on Ignis right now. Ignis catches him right as he steps down from the ramp, continuing to put the heat on Havoc. Deadlock. We've got a total stalemate at 4-all. The 8th ranked player is definitely showing some of that raw skill here. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that encounter, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's playing incredibly well, netting 27 wins today. He's simply too fast for Ignis right now, extending this stretch to 3 straight. He's definitely leveraging that top 10 ranking right now. Havoc is simply on fire right now, securing a 4th straight victory. A total mirroring of that previous 13-4 blowout. Havoc enters the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, things are unfolding exactly as predicted. That high ranking is proving its worth, especially after the way Havoc closed out the half. Time to see how Ignis responds. Havoc has been in incredible form today, bringing a 27-9 record into this duel. But those high-pressure win streaks usually face a reality check once the opponent finds a few rounds of confidence. Now is the time for Ignis to really start making a move.
Havoc holds a commanding 9-6 cushion.
The top 8 spot on the ladder is looking very secure for him. He's showing a lot of grit here, clawing back into this game. It's definitely a more competitive fight than the odds suggested. Havoc is really controlling the pace right now, utilizing that ramp for a great vantage point. He's certainly finding his footing again after that narrow slip. That was over in a heartbeat. Havoc is putting on a clinic with these reaction times. He's just too strong, securing a 3rd straight win to put himself 1 point away from victory. The gap in a lot of these matches usually tells the whole story. Ignis puts a stop to that run with a lightning-fast reaction. It's a genuine fight now despite the gap in seeding. Boom! Havoc shuts the door with a perfect final shot to take the victory. He's really continuing that momentum from today. It was a gritty effort from Ignis, but that high seed is just too consistent right now. Mist starts strong here, managing to pick Havoc right off the ramp to take the opener. Havoc holds a massive 69% win rate over Mist across their entire history. It's clear he's carrying that mental edge into today. The real question is whether Mist can break that pattern early on. Mist is really putting a lot of pressure on the favorite right now, securing another win from the ramp. A complete contrast to the result they just saw in their last meeting. The speed of these encounters is wild, and now we're back to an even split. It's a tough stretch for Mist, coming off a lean 6-19 run today. Mist is suddenly in control with a 3-2 lead. He's really shaking off that recent 7-game slump. Havoc just makes a quick play from the wine box to get this back to a dead heat. Hard to ignore the rating gap when he's this sharp. Mist holds a slim 1-round lead at 4-3. The 30-rated player is fighting back a huge deficit today. Havoc manages to secure that winning shot from the ramp to keep things completely deadlocked. Both players are fighting exactly as expected for this side of the map. Mist pulls ahead by a single digit at 5-4. It's a big shift from those earlier losses he suffered today. Unbelievable. Havoc barely scrapes through that exchange from the wine box to bring us back to a dead even split. Absolutely heart-stopping to see the damage that low. We need to step away for just a moment, but we'll be right back with more action. Welcome back to the action, where Mist holds a 2-round lead at 7-5. Mist takes a 7-6 lead into the switch. Well, the momentum is completely with the underdog right now. He is playing like a man possessed despite that massive ranking gap. Time to see if Havoc recovers. We're taking a quick time out here, but don't go anywhere as we'll be back shortly. We are back live on Fast Aim with Mist holding a narrow 7-6 lead. Mist is currently sitting on an 8-round total, which is quite a shift from his 6-19 record over the last day. It shows he's finally shaken off that heavy slump. Now the pressure is entirely on the favorite to stabilize. Mist is cruising now, putting himself up 9-7. Havoc has been remarkably dominant in his other series today. Mist is simply too fast for him, catching Havoc right at the window for another clean round. He is really making the most of his opportunities right now. He's just too quick on the ramp, extending this run to 3 straight. He's completely ignoring the weight of that rating gap right now. Havoc shuts that down quickly, picking him right off the ramp. Just a reminder that Havoc is having an incredible day so far. A perfectly clean exchange that leaves him just a single round away from victory. The favorite is really struggling to find a way back into this. What a scramble! Both of them were bleeding out, but he manages to survive the chaos. Absolutely harrowing to see how close that fight actually was. Havoc is refusing to go down easily, keeping this fight alive with another clutch win. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this matchup. What a scramble! He manages to survive a brutal trade on the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's really fighting his way back into this series. Unbelievable. Havoc has completely locked in to force this into overtime. Havoc is absolutely unstoppable right now, taking the round without losing a single point of health. He really put everything on the line to close that out. He barely survived a few of those scrambles, but he finally got it done. What a fight. Ignis holds a commanding 606-377 lead in their head-to-head history. It's a massive cushion that usually gives him a mental advantage in this series. Now the focus is on whether he can translate that legacy into a lead here. And he just keeps moving forward, taking total control of this opening set. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he managed to outlast the exchange to keep this streak alive. A quick response from Ignis to get back on the board. He's certainly the favorite in this one. He's purely untouchable right now, making it look effortless as he claws back into this game. He's certainly taking advantage of that higher seed here. Mist has been struggling lately, coming into this match with an 8-loss streak over his last 10 games. And honestly, that makes this current lead even more surprising. He's clearly playing above his typical form today. He just completely shuts that down, showing a lot of grit to keep this fight alive. A solid recovery to keep things within reach. He is refusing to go away, clawing back another round to keep this close. This is exactly the kind of stability we expected from the top seed. He's completely turned this around, leveling the series with a dominant display. That's a blistering pace he's setting right now. Both of them were shaken up in that slugfest, but Mist survives the encounter. He's certainly playing the spoiler role here. It's a 7-5 lead for Mist heading into the break. I mean, this is a total flip of what we expected to see today. He's really fighting back against a player who usually owns this matchup. Time to see if this holds. Mist continues his surge, now sitting comfortably at 8-5. He's really putting that ranked 30 spot behind him today. Mist is really cruising now with a 9-5 cushion. He's just making his moves, tightening the grip even further. Ignis is fighting back and the momentum is starting to shift back in his favor. A complete shutdown here, proving he has the grit to keep this series within reach. A huge spark of life from him at a critical juncture. Incredible, he scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health to bring the score to 8-9. Absolute ice in his veins to navigate that final exchange. He's completely wiped the slate clean, forcing a tie with a ferocious 4th straight win. He's completely taken over the map, moving into a commanding position with 5 straight rounds. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite again. He is simply unstoppable, securing a 6th straight point to firmly grasp the lead. He is truly starting to look like the higher seed. He simply refused to let up now, moving within a single point of victory. The pressure is mounting for the man on the defensive. What a finish! He storms back from the deficit to close out the map in style. That was an absolute roller coaster of a series, but he just refused to let it slip. Mist really put him through the ringer today. What a fight! Havoc has been on a tear with a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's the clear favorite on the ladder, but he's coming off a recent victory over Ignis. We'll see if he can maintain that control here. Havoc is cruising right now, leading it 2-1. He's definitely leaning into that overall head-to-head advantage. Absolute perfection on that shot, and he's now staring down a 3-round tear. The 7th ranked player is showing exactly why he's in the top quartile. He's simply too fast today, securing his 4th straight win with an effortless shot. A sharp response here, as Ignis proves he's not going down without a fight. The odds listed Ignis as the favorite for this encounter, but that's a bold claim given his head-to-head history. Havoc has clearly figured out how to neutralize him over their last few encounters. We're seeing that pattern repeat itself right now. A gritty exchange of fire, but Ignis survives again to keep his momentum swinging. The pressure is really mounting on the frontrunner right now. Havoc holds a 2-round cushion as we hit double digits. Coming off a hot 25-9 run today, he knows how to close these sets out. That was a lightning fast finish, showing some real guts from Ignis as he keeps the pressure on heading into the break. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is way closer than the rankings suggest. Ignis is playing the role of the spoiler perfectly against the higher rated player here. Clean slate for both players. He's refusing to crack under the pressure, taking another clean round to seize the lead. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor now. Deadlock again as Ignis brings us back to 7 apiece. It's almost an even split in their overall career map win rates. Havoc edges ahead just as we hit the 15th. The target is definitely on his head now. Ignis gets a clean look from the Tetris to bring this set completely level. A huge moment to put everything back on an even footing. He's simply refusing to fold, erasing the deficit as he takes another effortless round. This is exactly the kind of performance the pre-match favorites expected from him. And we're back to a dead heat at 9-0. The two of them are completely locked in right now. Havoc pulls ahead by a single game. He's simply taking over as soon as the pressure climbs. What a shot! He manages to square things up completely, showing incredible grit to claw back into this game. Unbelievable! He barely clutched that out, surviving by a hair to move within 2 rounds of victory. The tension is peaking as we head toward the finish line, with neither player giving an inch. Total shut out on this exchange. He's now just 1 round away from a stunning victory. That clean finish just completely flipped the script. What an unbelievable finish. Ignis pulls off the comeback to secure the series right here. He really put his will on display today, finally getting his revenge after that loss on Orange. He had to sweat it out a couple of times, but he kept his cool. What a match! Havoc has completely owned this pairing, winning 69% of their lifetime matchups. This is clearly a mental hurdle for Mist, especially since he's coming off a very difficult stretch. He'll need to shake that off quickly to stay in this. Absolutely effortless. He's just not letting anything get past him right now. And he answers back. Mist secures a hard-fought win to narrow the gap. He's fighting the good fight despite the heavy odds. Havoc is putting on a real clinic here, simply outclassing his opponent from the ramp. The skill difference is evident as he asserts control. He controls the pace from the ramp to keep his hope alive. The gap in the rankings is definitely narrowing as the match progresses. Goodness, he barely walked away from that one. A total firefight that left him with just a sliver of health. A perfectly timed shot there, keeping his head in the game. The underdog is definitely starting to put up a fight. Havoc has been in sensational form, winning 25 of his last 35 games today. That momentum is clearly translating into a huge advantage here. It's going to be a steep climb for Mist, if he can't find a way to break this rhythm. Havoc's gripping a commanding 7-4 lead as we enter round 11. He is really fighting through that massive rating gap today. It's a 7-5 lead for Havoc as we head into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. The top 8 seed is simply too consistent for Mist to keep up with over the long haul. Let's see if Mist can rally. That's a spotless exchange as he refuses to back down from the pressure. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite now. Havoc holds a slim 8-6 edge as we reset. Havoc just stretched his lead to 9-6 now. A tough stretch for the underdog, who's really struggling to find a gear. He secures the kill from the ramp and extends the streak to 3. He's really capitalizing on his high ranking in this set. That was a brutal slugfest, but he manages to outlast his opponent to keep this run going. He is putting that ranking advantage to work in a big way. A complete shutdown for the favorite, leaving him just one step away from victory. A rough way to end the day for someone who entered with high hopes. A sharp reflex play by Mist to pick him off the ramp and stay alive. He's fighting for every bit of ground against a higher rated opponent. What a finish! Havoc closes it out with a stunning shot to take the match. He really leaned into that experience gap to close things out. A dominant showing on redline for the top seed. What a scramble! Mist just barely clings to life to take the opening round. Ignis holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the one usually controlling these exchanges. It makes sense given his recent momentum coming off a strong victory in their previous meeting. He'll be looking to shut this one down quickly. Ignis had no trouble dealing with the height advantage there, making quick work of Mist on that platform. He's really feeling the weight of that 10-game slide. Mist keeps the lead with a slim 3-2 advantage. He's really fighting through that tough stretch of games today. And we are all tied up now at 3-3. A big difference in their overall ladder standings, but it's not showing yet. Mist is really making a statement here, taking control of the pace early on. Looking a lot sharper than his recent run of form suggests. Mist is outperforming his usual form here, especially since he's coming off an incredibly rough stretch of results. It's quite a shift in momentum for someone who struggled as much as he has recently. The real test will be if he can keep this pressure up. Mist shuts him down right off the box, pushing the lead to 7-3. Absolutely brutal for a guy who's put up 18 wins today. Another absolute shutdown as he clears the high ground to keep this heater going. Total flip from what the head-to-head suggests. Mist takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Everything about this script was supposed to favor Ignis. It is a shocking turnaround for someone coming in with a 10-game losing streak. Time to see if Ignis wakes up. Ignis finally finds a spark, narrowing it to 4-9. His rank 20 standing usually makes him a tough wall to climb. Ignis is really putting the pressure on now, and is starting to look a lot more comfortable on that high ground. He's playing like the favorite now. Unreal, he's completely taken over the map now with 3 straight. His recent clash against Havoc showed he can definitely keep up with the top tier. He's completely stopped the momentum of his opponent, making that look far too easy. He's absolutely on fire, knocking him off the box to bring the game within 1. He's finally playing a match that reflects his true skill level. Absolutely incredible. He has erased that entire deficit to bring us level at 9 all. He's just completely unstoppable right now. 7 straight for a huge lead. Mist shuts that down immediately to bring everything back to a dead heat. Mist is putting on quite a clinic right now, refusing to let that lead slip away. The rating gap hasn't played a role in this second half. A lightning fast read from Mist to secure match point. That was a surgical reaction to shut things down. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to take the match. Ignis almost had this locked away with that massive run in the middle, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Havoc has a massive historical advantage here, leading the all-time head-to-head count by nearly 300 rounds. It's a lead that mirrors his superior position on our ladder. We have to see if Ignis can use that recent victory over him to shift the momentum. Havoc is just too crisp right now, catching Ignis completely off guard on the ramp. Havoc holds a slim 2-1 lead heading into this. Ignis fights back, and we're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Unreal, he barely survives and manages to clear Havoc off the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. Havoc manages to neutralize the threat, clearing him off the ramp to even things up. Havoc claws back the lead, putting Ignis on the defensive. Ignis holds the angle beautifully from the ramp to bring this one level. Havoc is just too quick from that ramp, effectively shutting down any hope of a comeback here. Havoc is putting on a great display, putting up a strong 25-10 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this map. He just needs to maintain this distance to secure the lead. He's just far too oppressive right now, taking control of the wine box to extend the streak. Havoc is heading into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, everything is going according to plan for the higher seeded player right now. He has the map win rate on his side, so he just needs to keep this pace. Havoc is really stretching this lead out, simply refusing to let Ignis find any ground here. Ignis manages to shut him down on the ramp, proving he can trade blows with the favorite. Ignis is truly waking up, catching Havoc right as he stepped out onto the ramp. Havoc's just cruising now with a commanding 10-6 lead. Ignis keeps fighting, but Havoc still holds a free round cushion. Havoc makes quick work of him, easily picking Ignis off the ramp to push his lead further. That's a perfect shot to put Havoc just a single round away from victory. A huge stop from Ignis to keep the dream alive. Absolute perfection to close it out. Havoc secures the map with a lightning fast finish. He's really making a statement today. Even with that brief pushback, it's clear he's just playing on another level right now. Havoc holds a commanding lead over Mist with a 69% historical win rate in their head-to-head clashes. It's no surprise to see him come out strong, since he took their most recent encounter quite comfortably. We have to see if Mist can actually shake off this slump. He's just completely unstoppable right now, making it 3 straight. The skill gap between these two is showing early. He secures another clean win from the ramp, extending his lead to a commanding 4. The rating difference is proving to be a huge factor right now. He's just taking over this match, picking up a 5th straight point. It's looking like another long day for Mist. A total blowout. He's sitting on a perfect half with 6 straight wins. The number 7 seed is making this look effortless. Finally, Mist finds an opening to get back on the board. A rare moment of leverage for the underdog. Mist has been having a tough run in recently, dropping a lot of ground with a 722 record over the last day. It's clear that the lack of confidence is weighing on him here. Havoc needs to capitalize on that momentum if he wants to close this out quickly. Havoc is just cruising along with a huge 8-2 lead. He has been on a tear with 25 wins over the last day. Unbelievable! He barely survives that exchange, clutching a win with a single health point left. What a nail-biter! He's just too resilient in these tight spots. Havoc takes a 10-2 lead going into the break. Well, the top 7 seed is playing exactly how we expected. He's just outclassing his opponent in every duel so far. Time for a total reset. Havoc is just refusing to let Mist breathe right now. The sheer experience difference is evident here with over 16,000 matches under his belt. Mist is showing some fight now, but he's still facing a steep mountain to climb. He's certainly hoping that one sparks a real comeback. He walks away from that skirmish with just a few shots to his name, putting him right on the verge of victory. He's looking every bit the favorite in this matchup. What a finish! He shuts it down right here to wrap up the whole series. He really didn't leave any room for error today. Mist put up a fighting effort but just couldn't find an answer for that pace. Ignis holds a significant lifetime lead over Mist with over 600 round wins. It's interesting to see the underdog taking the early lead today despite that history. He'll need to shake off the previous couple of losses to get back on top. We're stepping away for a quick technical pause. We'll be right back to the Italy action. And we are back in the action on Italy, with Mist holding a narrow one-round lead. Mist is simply dominating the server right now. He's really playing the spoiler tonight. Simply effortless, he's outclassing his opponent in every single engagement so far. Finally, an answer from Ignis, proving he can hold his own in this series. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Another one for Ignis, who is stubbornly refusing to let the early deficit define this match. Expectations are starting to align with the pre-match projections. A complete reversal of fortune. We've got a dead heat here as he wipes away that early deficit. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in those first 3 rounds. Good heavens, that was a brutal exchange and he barely walked away from it. He's definitely making the most of his current form today. Mist is putting together a very convincing performance, especially after his 7-23 record in the last day. It's clearly a turnaround for him, and the pressure is shifting completely toward the higher rated player. That was a crisp reaction from Ignis, quickly closing the gap to 4-6. Mist pulls further ahead, now commanding a 7-4 lead. His confidence is clearly peaking after that win on Dunes. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, we're seeing a complete flip of the script here. Despite the rankings, the underdog is firmly in the driver's seat heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Mist is keeping the pressure high with an 8-5 grip. He's putting together a real statement performance today. Mist is just relentless, climbing up to 9-5. Ignis is finally starting to chip away at that lead, keeping the match well within reach. He's not letting up, staying tough to keep this chase alive. It's almost like the initial power dynamic is returning. What a fight! He claws out another victory, refusing to let the lead slip away. He's clearly shaken off the nerves from those earlier rounds. Unreal! He barely survives that exchange to even the score, making it 9-all. Just a total deadlock now as we head into the final stretch. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Mist just barely clings on for dear life to reclaim the lead. Mist is starting to build some serious momentum here, putting a lot of distance between himself and his opponent. He's completely shut down any hopes of a comeback, moving himself to match point. It's an incredible shift from how this duel started. Absolute perfection for the final kill. Mist closes out the map in stunning fashion. He's really making a name for himself today, taking down a veteran who usually owns this matchup. Havoc enters this match with a strong 26-10 record over the last day. It's interesting to see that momentum contrasts with the current scoreline. He's historically been the one to come out on top in their head-to-head, so we have to see if Ignis can actually keep this lead. We're locked in a dead heat at 1 apiece. Havoc pulls ahead, clutching a narrow 2-1 lead. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to keep the streak rolling. Ignis answers back immediately with a totally clean finish to keep the gap small. Havoc is firmly in control, leading by 2 now. Havoc is putting on a clinic with a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. I wonder if Ignis has any answers left for this level of aggression. Ignis shows some grit here, weathering the initial spray to secure another win. He is staying strong, securing another round to bring the total to 4-5. Total control from Ignis, who has now completely leveled the score. Havoc takes this one back, regaining the lead just before the switch. We're sitting at 6 all headed into the break. Well, Ignis is proving a lot tougher to beat than his ranking suggests. Havoc holds a huge historical edge in this matchup, but he hasn't been able to separate himself yet. Havoc edges ahead by a single round now. Havoc is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. He is refusing to back down, shutting everything down with that quick reflex shot. Goodness, he barely walks away from that exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Havoc is building a serious lead at 10-7. Ignis answers back with a perfect shot to bring this match closer. He's really digging in here, finding another clean opening to close the gap. Unbelievable. He's completely wiped the slate clean, bringing us back to a dead level. A lightning-fast response from Havoc to reclaim the lead. He closes the gap again and moves within a single round of victory. Unreal, he weathers the storm to shut the door on this match. Ignis pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final push to close it out. He really had to fight for that victory. What a match! Havoc owns this rivalry with a 69% head-to-head win rate. It makes sense considering the gap between them on our ladder. Mist definitely needs to find a way to disrupt this flow early on. Havoc is just cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. He is certainly playing like the favorite right now. Mist keeps fighting, but Havoc is still holding a 2-1 edge. The gap in their ratings is definitely apparent right now. Havoc is starting to put some serious pressure on the board early on. He is definitely playing like the higher ranked side here. Havoc is absolutely dominating this 4-1 lead. Mist just stepped up with a flawless reaction, refusing to let this deficit grow. It's a welcome sight for the underdog to get a spark. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that encounter with a sliver of health left. He's really putting that ranking difference into perspective. He's showing some real grit, continuing this search to close the gap to 2. He's certainly showing he can compete with the upper end of the ladder. An effortless victory for Mist, who is truly refusing to go away. Havoc has been on fire recently, boasting a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. It is a stark contrast to the struggle Mist has faced in his latest games. It will be tough for the underdog to find another opening here. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Right, he's keeping things steady as expected. Mist has kept the score close, but the higher seeded player is still in the driver's seat. Let's see if Mist can push back. He's totally untouchable in this exchange, keeping the pressure high as he claws back into this. A fast set of reactions to keep this whole thing competitive. Absolute precision. He's now leveled the playing field and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Havoc quickly answers back from that high ground and regains a narrow lead. He's put his superior rating on display again. Havoc maintains a slim 2-round advantage here. His recent form has been incredibly sharp, posting 25 wins today. What a slugfest! He survives the chaos to extend his lead and keep the momentum swinging. He's really capitalizing on his top 10 status right now. He finds the target and cleans him off the box, extending that streak to 4. He's really putting that rank 7 status on display. A sharp reaction there to break the momentum and bring the score to 8-11. He's really staying aggressive, clawing his way back and putting the pressure on Havoc. He's just too quick right now, racking up another straight win to keep this rally alive. Havoc finds a way to shut down the comeback, putting himself just one step away from victory. An incredible display of composure from Mist, refusing to cave under the pressure. The pressure is mounting on the favorite as the lead shrinks. And there it is. Havoc closes out the series to secure the victory. Mist really pushed him to the brink there, putting on a huge show despite that rating difference. He deserved a closer result. What a fight! Ignis holds a strong 62% win rate over Mist in their overall head-to-head history, but honestly that seems to be a distant memory given how these two have played today. Mist is currently on a roll after taking their most recent meeting in a convincing fashion. Ignis manages to find the angle from the ramp and slows things down for a bit. He's certainly fighting to get back to his usual form today. We're deadlocked at 2-all and tension is peaking. Mist has certainly been the one with the upper hand lately. Ignis takes control from the ramp, securing another win and claiming the lead. He looks far more confident now after that rocky start. Mist answers back immediately to even the score. Mist has certainly proven he can keep up with the top half of the ladder. Ignis edges ahead, putting him just one up. A desperate push for consistency after 3 straight losses in his recent form. Mist has only managed 8 wins in the last 24 hours. It's clear that the confidence isn't there right now. This is putting him in a precarious position since he's already fighting from behind on the scoreboard. Both of them decided to hold the ramp for this one, but Mist had the quicker reaction. A tight battle for someone currently ranked in the bottom half of the league. Ignis is pulling away with a 2-round cushion now. The higher rated player is starting to flex those muscles. Ignis stays afloat with a slim 6-5 advantage. An interesting contrast to his recent struggles on the ladder. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly how the analysts expected things to go. The higher seed has the control though, Mist is clinging on tight. Time to switch things up. Ignis maintains a thin 1-round gap over Mist. That was a remarkably clean exchange on the entry. Ignis is starting to stretch his lead to 8-6. Clearly feeling the pressure of that dismal 8-24 run today. What a scramble! Both of them were trading heavy damage, but he managed to claw out the victory. He's simply refusing to let this match slip away. Unreal. Both of them were practically dead, but he managed to squeeze out the victory. He really seems to be favoring this side of the map. He absolutely shreds him right off the ramp, extending this run to 4. Just a stark difference in how these two are playing right now. He's just completely overwhelming him right now, moving one step closer to the finish line. It's just a brutal day for the underdog right now. What a finish! Ignis shuts the door on this game with a final decisive strike. He's really shaking off those early losses from earlier today. Definitely a much better result for the higher seed. Havoc is coming in with a very strong 26-9 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a huge amount of momentum into this specific pairing. He certainly played the role of the aggressor in their head-to-head history. Havoc is just too fast today, catching him again while playing from the Tetris. He's just totally in control, picking him off from the Tetris to extend the lead to 3-0. Simply untouchable right now, as he cruises to a 4-round lead. The pressure is really mounting as he continues this flawless start. Absolutely stifling performance as he just picks him off the box to go 6 straight. Ignis finally puts up a fight, claiming a round from the box. Havoc really has this pairing figured out, holding a massive lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's clear, he's leveraging that mental edge to maintain his grip on this match. Now he just needs to keep this pace to close things out quickly. Ignis keeps his ground from the high ground, preventing Havoc from snowballing this match further. Havoc just shuts him down from the Tetris. Ignis is really struggling to get any traction here. Havoc is dominating, holding a crushing 9-2 lead. Havoc takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. He's simply doing exactly what the rankings predicted. He looked way too strong early on, and Ignis is struggling to find a counter to his style. Havoc is just one step from a total rout at 10-3. Havoc is just too efficient today, using the high ground in heaven to put himself in a great spot. He's just completely in charge now, bringing a huge lead right to the finish line. What a finish! He closes the door on this one with an effortless final shot to secure the map. He just didn't let up for a second, showing exactly why he's sitting so high in the rankings right now. Havoc looked sharp right out of the gate, using that ramp to secure the first of the match. Havoc is just way too fast right now, catching Mist before he could even react from the ramp. Havoc has completely owned this rivalry with a 69% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. It's a huge mental advantage, and it's certainly something Mist has to overcome if he wants to pull off the upset today. Mist completely takes over from the ramp, claiming his third straight point. The favorite is looking very vulnerable after that stretch. Havoc secures the equalizer from the toolbox, bringing us back to a dead heat. Havoc is showing zero mercy right now, shutting down Mist's attempt to hold that ramp. He's looking every bit as strong as his current 5-game streak. He's just too precise right now, taking full control of the server. He's putting on a clinical performance throughout his day so far. Absolute efficiency as he catches Mist right off the wine box to keep this streak alive. He is playing exactly like a top 10 seed. Another rapid fire round from the wine box as he extends this run to 5 straight. His recent 90% win rate in his last 10 is showing. Mist manages to knock him off the wine box, putting a stop to that run right before the break. Havoc leads 8-4 heading into the break. Well, everything here is going according to the script. He's just showing why he's rated so much higher than Mist right now. Time for a total reset. Unreal, he barely survives that scramble from the planks, hanging on by a thread to move to 9. Absolutely gutsy way to navigate that engagement. Havoc has a commanding 27-9 record over the last day. It shows he's in complete control of his form right now. I wonder if Mist can actually find a way to push this back into a real contest. He's back in charge, punishing Mist from the window to secure another win. His dominance today makes sense given the massive gaps in their ratings. He's absolutely on fire, shutting everything down from that ramp and sitting just one round away from a victory. Game over. He closes it out with a perfect final strike to seal the series. Mist just can't find an answer for that level of precision. Havoc is simply playing in a different league today. Ignis holds a substantial historical lead with over 600 head-to-head wins against Mist. That dominance seems to be translating into a mental edge today. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can shake that pattern early on. Ignis is putting the squeeze on Mist with a 2-1 lead. The higher ranked player is clearly feeling comfortable in the server. Mist is really struggling to find an answer for Ignis' aggression right now. That's a tough spot for Mist after a really rough 8:26 run today. What a scrap! He almost went down, but he edges out the victory to keep this run going. He's mirroring that dominating performance from their redline clash. He just barely scraped through that chaos to keep the streak alive. This looks just like their most recent clash on redline. Unreal. He claws his way out of that bloodbath with a tiny sliver of health left. The odds certainly reflect the difference between them on the ladder. He's completely take over this map, moving to a huge 7-1 lead. They both traded heavy damage, but he managed to outlast the encounter for another win. The gap in their current rankings is becoming very apparent here. Absolutely crushing it now, as he continues his runaway charge to a 9-1 lead. Mist puts up a strong fight here to keep the score moving in his favor. He's certainly not playing like someone ranked 30 on the ladder. Ignis takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is simply outperforming everything we expected. He really seized control with that 8-round run to put this game on lockdown. Time for a fresh start. Ignis has won the majority of their long-term clashes, but that security is fading fast. He's looking completely rattled after dropping 3 straight rounds to someone who has struggled all day. He needs to find his footing before this slips away. He's just too fast right now, and he's closing in on a victory very quickly. His overall 51% map win rate is certainly paying dividends here. That was practically instant. He's really picking up the pace in these exchanges. He's just one step away from closing this out after that quick exchange. His ranking as the 28th best is really showing through now. Game over. He shuts the door on the match with a quick final blow. A really one-sided affair here. Mist just didn't have any answer for those lightning-fast reactions.